All right. I think I'm just gonna keep the nice FF14 music going for a little bit while I while I kind of spread the link around and things. Um, I'll stop the music now, though. Um, well, okay, that works just fine for me. Um, I believe. I think I've spread the word as far as is realistically feasible. Um, okay, so Disco Elysium. I have seen a very small handful of clips of this game. I have seen a very I know a very, very small amount of how it works, like stuff I've picked up from like completely secondary conversations and the like. Um, my mouth is looking kind of weird. Did I use the right model? I don't want to fuck with it right now. I remember it opening this wide, usually by default. Okay. That'll have to do. Is there any other like obvious housekeeping I need to take care of? I don't think so. Okay, then let's open up the game. Did your family get sushi for dinner? Okay, if you can stay long enough to get just a bit into gameplay, I would appreciate the volume check. I don't even know if you know what to look for. Does the movements of like my avatar's mouth look weird to you at the moment? It feels wider than is usual. I'm gonna pretty strongly consider further messing with it in not too terribly long. Okay. Okay. I did fuck with volume earlier, but I feel like I need to do it more because, it's going to be a matter of getting everything to where it needs to be. You tell me if it's... I guess we can fuck with that later. If we end up needing to. Yeah, I just wasn't sure if the music was a little loud. It seems to be perpetually changing volumes. There's a few things I might fuck with. Okay. Select your archetype. Thinker, extremely intelligent, very bad with people. Knows interesting facts, comes up with original ideas. Sensitive, very psychological, a magnetic personality, but unstable. There is no master volume. It's all just, like 5 sliders for different things. Very psychological, a magnetic personality, but unstable, might begin to lose his mind. Physical, extremely physical, interacts with the world through his body, gets things done, but dumb as a rock. And create your own. I wouldn't even, I'd love to, but I'm worried I might screw myself over. Let's at least check what that... Can I just check what that menu looks like? Without committing to it? Because... what I'd like to do is... go for, like... decent int, decent psi, and I can, like, decent int, good psi, and I can penalize Fizz in particular. Average. Let me just I'm not really maxed out on anything. This is just the is this just the default spread it gives me when I go for straight Euron? Oh no, it saves what I put. Okay. Average. Let's swap those. Average. Kind of a very all-rounder, I suppose. Oh. Sick. I suppose this will do. Oh, these are invested points. Okay. I think a character's emerging here, because I'm thinking, I think we can set two signatures here, and I'm thinking drama and empathy. Conceptualization, understand creativity, see art in the world. Oh, if I can pick two, and I think I can. I can only go for the one. So it's conceptualization or empathy. I guess I'll go with the one I have more points in. Furies are at home in the mirror. It is their address. Even the clearest water, if deep enough, can drown. This is already getting louder than I thought it would be.
There is nothing. Only warm primordial blackness. Your conscious ferments in it. No larger than a single grain of malt. You don't have to do anything anymore.
I will turn voice down when I get the chance.
Ever. Never, ever.
I do not know if I like you. Ancient reptilian brain.
Never, ever, ever, baby.
Oh. I can't close out at the moment. So I think what I'll do is turn my desktop volume overall down for a second. See if that helps.
An inordinate amount of time passes. It is utterly void of struggle. No ex-wives are contained within it.
Was that about the X something?
An awareness creeps up on you. A mass lies hidden in your dead angle, soaking in some lurid acidic sauce. It's bloated and shameful. A ball of meat surrounding you. This is a terrible line of questioning, and it will only lead to more awareness of the meat thing.
Is there another way to stop being a fucking microbe, which is what I think is being represented here?
There. No ball of meat. No light in the formless nothing. Just night swimming.
How about you cough up some more of that sweet oblivion? Sure.
Coming right up, sir. Smooth passage.
I want to get off now. I like pain and burning light and wanting things from people who don't want to give them to me.
Do you really?
I do. Let me off.
You wouldn't like it if I told you what was back there. Why'd you think you had to bludgeon yourself into oblivion? Or did you not sense yourself marinating? Poured so much on yourself, got a bit carried away, did we, Chef?
Fear and apprehension. You should ask what's out there first.
I did this to myself? Inland Empire check, apparently. I apparently barely passed that, Jesus.
Yes, your one disco mother.
Tell me what's waiting for
There's
me.
this giant ball there. An evil apes. And the evil apes are juking it out on the ball. You're one of them. It's basically all just evil apes juking it out on a giant ball.
How big is the ball?
You can't even make out it's a ball when you're joking it out. It's that large.
How small are the apes?
Infinitesimally small.
And this duking it out I keep hearing about. What's that?
Vying for resources. It's just a stupid expression you picked up somewhere. The part of the presentation you want to take home with you is this. You have to beat the other evil apes in the face. Or you lose.
It's sad.
Yes, it is. And you drowned in that sadness a long time ago.
What do you mean drowned?
You lost.
A sound outside. You recognize it. It's a Caprice Commander motor carriage.
I'll turn some things down in a second. seems like we are awake and alive now. Let's quick save. Options. Music seems like fine. I'll just put these both down back to where they were, and we'll keep let's put this back up. Before we properly begin, though, I am gonna use the restroom. Alright, I am back. So, we'll keep tweaking it. I tempted to put voiceover a little bit higher, just because I tend to keep voiceover as the highest or up there in every game I play, actually. Because I think it's the most important to hear over other things. We'll see. So as far as I'm aware, I think I just want to debate about... Thank you, I'm just talking, dude. I just want to debate about waking up with my brain. Can I pivot the camera, or is it a locked angle? This magnum-sized bottle of Commodore Red is empty.
This fan has 2 chain pull switches. One ends in a tiny fan, the other in a light bulb. A truly horrific necktie has somehow attached itself to one of the blades.
Yeah, it's fixed. I did a quick look.
The blades come squeaking to a halt. It should be easier to reach the tie now. You
Retrieve the
swoop
tie.
up and catch the tie. Snap. It's released from the blade. What you have in your hand is a truly hideous necktie with 4 or 5 different patterns. The knot reminds you of a noose.
Given the way it's looking on the monitors, I'm going to assume that the dialogue's like fine. You can tell me if it's a little bit loud, because it is sort of peaking higher into the yellow than I would usually want it to. But it doesn't sound loud to me.
The switch must be broken, because nothing happens.
God
The
fucking
air
damn it.
in the room is starting to feel like vaporized urine.
I can't turn the fan back on. God damn. Tile looks bad. I don't want it. See bottles in the bathtub, wine, beer, and sweet liquors. Okay. Starting to look vaguely presentable.
A mirror hangs above a bent and broken sink. In a fierce discharge of masculine energy, someone has ripped half the faucet off.
Fucking okay.
Was this not the same Elo that founds empires and lays waste to cities, virile, uncaring towards the little things? Probably not, no.
Oh, I can... Oh, there's like... Like, I had a vague idea of what kind of game this is, so it doesn't really surprise me, but I'm, like, doing skill checks against myself in my internal debate.
Hot water sprays from the faucet's base, and steam covers the mirror. You cannot see yourself, just a vague impression of a man.
Impression of a man.
Suddenly, you realize you have no memory of the face that awaits you there, underneath the soft vapor. Really, all recollection of the person you are, the people in your life, and even the world you're in has drowned in a sea of blood alcohol. This was no mere night of drinking. It was a deluge of world-ending proportions.
I'll come back to you. Did I turn the faucet off? That seems like a waste. No, this actually gives me a fucking snap bonus. No, it's the worst. It's apparently a very bad necktie. And yeah, it doesn't look great. I suppose I should wear it. Nevertheless. Let's see what's over here. Not quite. And turn this fucking fan on.
The fan stands. The switch must be broken. You hear a jingle. Keys are clinking in the pocket of your flare-cut pants. It says, whirling in rags, on the aluminium keyring. There is a single key on the ring. The number 1 is etched on it. It should open the door.
Okay. I will turn the whole, like, thing just a couple of notches, my sort of PC phone just a couple of notches down. Tell me if it's still, like, audible.
A mirror hangs on the wall. As you slowly reach your hand towards the surface of the mirror. Abort. You clearly have not thought this through. You won't like what you see there, and you will never unbecome it.
Don't know what to make of that. Awesome. Can you, like, hear it clearly? Maybe I should touch it first, make sure there's nothing wrong with my face. Better not to...
Yeah, there is definitely something wrong with it.
What's
Where
wrong?
to even begin? There is the bloatedness, then the swollenness. It's like there's an upholstery of alcohol underneath your skin.
The game is giving me the option of remaining in ignorance of how much I fucked myself up last night. Which I suppose I appreciate.
The window stands broken in its frame. Cold wind blows in.
Assess the damage.
The shards face outward. Whatever broke this window came from the inside.
Did I break
A
it?
fine web of scarring covers the back of your right hand, but none of it is recent.
You hear one more kind of loud bloom. Someone did this then.
More likely a projectile than a held object. There are no fragments on the floor from pulling a tool back in after impact.
What am I doing?
Something you've done before.
Assess the size of
It
the
is
impact.
too large for a bullet, yet too small for a piece of furniture. You're looking for something heavy and larger than your fist. The single green shoe you found fits the hole almost as well as your foot. It would have also been heavy enough if thrown with force. Congratulations. You smashed the window with your own shoe. Now you only have one. If you're lucky, you could still find the other one on the balcony outside. The door to it should be outside your room.
I don't need it. I don't need anyone in reference to the shoe. Okay, we'll see you around then, Claire. Thanks for coming in, for helping me out. This whole VOD's gonna be up, and I'm probably gonna be trying to do clips of it, because I think, yeah, I should go and get that
Cool
shoe.
wind gushes in. Your toes curl up from the cold.
apparently can't get anything done there. I don't necessarily want to talk to people until I... It's March, the year is 51, I'm told.
Hello, officer.
I don't know if I really want to get into conversations so I still look like the worst. Weekend edition of the satirical newspaper Troll Le Monde. I'm taking a shot in the dark and pronouncing that. Summer door closed for winter. Let me absolutely make sure I have streamer mode on here. I do. Sec. Okay. This should crank my voice up just a little bit, trying to kind of thread the needle of that. Man is sleeping at the table wearing mudcake boots and rolled down overalls. The back of his shirt reads Wild Pines, encircled by a logo with a tree. Happy for you, bro.
On the counter, rolled out of his open hand, you see a blister pack of headache medicine.
Probably not great form to steal that.
That sugary black rum stain on the counter makes you teary-eyed with joy. It's almost touching how syrupy and sticky it is. How long have you been up already?
An hour?
Sweet Lord, a whole hour. And you haven't thought about rum and lemonade in all that time? You've truly extinguished all trace of yourself.
Maybe later.
Maybe later? What is this? Casual Friday? What's with the lackadaisical laxman attitude? You used to be passionate about getting your drink on. Show me you're still young. Show me you have the fire in you. Lick that stain off the counter right now.
I'm gonna be honest, I would rather
What
not.
happened, man? You used to be cool. Go get your boring normal person drink then. Get your drink on and your act together.
To be honest, I think we can wait.
A bespectacled man in an orange bomber jacket is tapping his foot on the floor. Looks like he's waiting for someone. You. As you approach, he narrows his eyes and extends his hand in greeting. If an assault were launched on this building right now, if the windows came crashing down and the whole world descended upon you, this man would hurl himself in death's way to save you. You are sure of this, but why?
Hold on, who was he to me?
He is your half-brother.
Hello, I'm Kim Kitsuragi, Lieutenant, Precinct 57. You must be from the 41st.
You realize he's waiting for your name. This is your chance to come up with a really good name for yourself. Get creative. Conceptualize.
I just straight up don't know my name. Okay. This is a red check. It cannot be retried. High chance.
Concentration makes you squint your
Conceptualization is my
eyes.
thing.
Your name should be deep gold and orange, like a forest fire looming on the horizon, but mixed with the stench of liquor rising from your breath. You're 2 steps closer to it, but there are still many to go.
It is not yet time is a very funny way to put it, but we'll go with it.
Okay then.
He processes the information, then disregards it.
It looks like we had a little scheduling error on Sunday. Saturday too, actually. Have you had time to talk to the manager here?
What he means is, he has been trying to meet up with you for 2 days, but you have been otherwise occupied.
No.
Then we should ask him for a rundown of the area. Get me up to speed. I understand the scene is out back, right?
Yes. Okay, there's some... I don't know what the fuck my roommate is doing, but... he's out there doing something. I'm sure you can hear a bit of it, so apologies.
It also wouldn't hurt to assure him the police are finally here. In full force, I mean. Have you mapped out the initial interviews?
I've been told I'm an officer and I can kind of pick up on that.
Okay, we'll have time for that after we take a look at the coroner's case.
I'm not gonna screw myself over here. I'm gonna try not to anyway. Okay. Okay, that'll do. I think.
Have you removed the dead body from the tree? So, the body is still in the tree.
This is the first time you detect a weariness in the lieutenant's voice. It is obvious he would have preferred for the body to no
Empathy
longer
check.
be in the tree.
Oh man.
Where it has been hanging for 7 days straight. We should go there as soon as we are done talking to the owner.
Honest, my memory is... I have a feeling it's like my fault is the thing. I'm trying to kind of dodge.
I can see you drank last night and the night before, and that you are still drunk now. But I have seen officers go through worse. Much worse. If you need something for your headache, there is a general store nearby. But as I said, the dead body should be our #1 concern. I was sent here to meet a detective from Precinct 41. You have the insignia of the Citizens Militia on your sleeve and on your back. I suppose you could be impersonating him. You could have gotten the insignia from the black market or forged it. But for now, I'm going to set those possibilities aside. I'm not from the Inspectorate General.
Inspectorate General means internal affairs. What he's saying is, he's not from the rat squad and isn't supposed to suspect such things.
In general
Yes,
affairs?
but I'm not them. I'm from criminal investigation.
Okay,
He nods.
get going.
After you, officer.
If you're about to embark on an investigation, shouldn't you have a badge?
You mean you don't have a badge?
It wasn't on me when I woke up.
Losing your identification card is a serious matter. My vehicle has a shortwave. You can use it to report your badge missing. I advise you to try to locate it as quickly as possible. But getting the body down should still take precedence.
Noted, Kim. That should... I'm still fucking tweaking it a whole lot.
Lieutenant Kitsuragi is now in your party. You can talk to him whenever by interacting with him.
I'm gonna hide my YouTube info, actually, for now. Because there's no reason for it to be up. Crap, I've gotta go for another like minute or so. I'll be right back. Alright, and with that, we're back. I'm gonna go and find this fucking shoe. Oh. I could have gotten this all.
There they both are. Two identical shoes, both copiously green and indiscriminately snakeskin, reunited on your feet.
Indiscriminately snakeskin. There's been many interesting phrases since I began this game. It's one of them.
Like two baby crocodiles.
Normal cop shoes.
It's pretty clear a normal cop is not what you are.
Fair enough.
Good, they're balanced, comfy. Feels like the only good thing about you right now, truth be told.
Just a briny wind washes over me. Smell of the sea makes you dizzy. Okay. Well, with that in mind, it wasn't like that before, was it? Wait.
Kim also tries not to look at the pile of taped viscera on the carpet, or the weird suitcase on the hat rack, or the potted plant dying in the corner. But it's all just too morbid to ignore. He nods.
Sorry
No
for
problem,
this.
officer.
He takes a step towards the door like he'd like to leave. I'm very apologetic. I mean, I'm apologetic for all this. Certainly. It's very understanding, considering. What lyrics would be. I like this track. Big old karaoke mic just waiting for someone to sing into it. Okay. Well.
You should totally sing karaoke here, the first chance you get. Your emotions need to be expressed. People need to know your vast, oceanic soul.
My soul is immense.
Utterly. And it needs to be heard.
I think someone whose main thing is conceptualization
Through a PA
should
system.
believe that.
By other people.
What can I sing when it comes
You
to
should sing the sad small church song from that tape you found. Thought it was obvious.
really
Serves them
go slow
right.
with that one.
Wipe that smirk off their face with your sad, tragic song. Who's laughing now? No one. You would need another copy of the tape first, though. The one upstairs is destroyed.
Finish that. I'm told I should explore. One thing I did kind of pick up is that I should be playing around with these thoughts. I don't have to go through with all of them. Water cooler. Here's my queen. Only the word Monday is written on it. Wait. I wrote yesterday's menu. I think I missed a thought there. That sucks. Oh. Soft purr and electric juicer comes from the kitchen. Someone is working. A sign reads, Mess Hall reserved for union members. Door open 1600. As you like. Good sir. Man. Okay. Let's talk to this guy before I kind of break off and start, I guess, digging into the other part of the room.
A man in his late 20s with a thin, unimpressive beard notices you approaching. He drops the ledger he was holding and turns to the lieutenant.
Mr. Gart, right? You run this place.
Yes.
Responds tersely.
I am Kim Kitsuragi from Precinct 57. This is an inter-district investigation, so joining me from Precinct 41...
He's golden orange like a forest fire, but smells like liquid. I'm currently in the clean
Fantastic.
rooms.
That's wonderful, really. I think so. But there's a dead body out back. No one wants to work in these conditions. It's been a week.
I'm just gonna... and I'm kind of torn. Am I gonna flick full fucking Dale Cooper it?
Sir, I understand your concern, but we are here to do a job. And for us to do it, I need you to stay calm.
Yes, of course.
I know it took us a while to arrive at the scene, but it also took you a while to call us. It was you who placed the call, correct?
Turn that off, actually. Might be for the better.
No, I only just got here. It was probably Sylvie who called you. She usually works the bar here. I'm only temporarily taking over her duties.
Okay. Okay. Hopefully this is like a fine, I guess, volume median. I'm just gonna stop fucking with it. I think this will do.
Do you have her number?
As a matter of fact, I do.
Turn UI down just a bit. Looks behind the pile of coasters, finds a slip of paper, and hands it to the lieutenant.
You said you just got here. From where? Are you a local?
Okay.
What, of Martinez? No, I live in Jamrock. I only sometimes come here to keep an eye on the place. This is just one of the many, many cafeterias I manage.
But you still know your way around, yes? In case we need directions.
Yes, I know where some things are, but as I said, I don't live here. I just used to work here. And I'm not going to start working here again, if that's what you think.
Alright. I'm sorry, I'm still looking at volume levels, and I think they are mostly fine. Mostly... okay. That'll just have to do, I guess.
I didn't imply that. Detective.
Turns to me.
He probably means this is where you step in and ask your questions.
Right then. Questions. I got this.
His face expresses profound doubt in your having this.
Where exactly is the
Behind
body?
this building, there's a courtyard. They hoisted him up on a tree there.
How'd we get there then?
That's easy. See that door there? First you exit through that. Then to your right, you should see a big hole in the fence. A really big one. You can get to the courtyard through there. No need for the keys. The hole is big enough for the Franco-Nigerian cavalry to fit through.
Why did
She
Sylvie
went
go?
away because none of your business.
Have they not been telling you you're a cop?
Am I not a cop? Everything is my business.
Okay, you got me. She went away because of the dead body out back. And because I asked for her number.
Oh.
That's why Sylvie went away. I hope you appreciate that.
Who made the call reporting the crime?
Thank you.
There's a little note with the cover. The number is safely tucked away in a small pocket. Ding
I
dong.
asked an employee out. She didn't want to come, but felt obliged to. It was a bad idea. Now, what is so goddamn fascinating about that for you? It's got nothing to do with the lynching.
Everything has something to do with everything.
Good for you. Was there something else? I'd like to get back to what I was doing.
I have a feeling I know where that leads, so I'm not going to do it.
Let's go.
Not so fast. You owe me 130 real.
What's real?
Oh, excuse me. You owe me 130 real.
To the hour of the Mark Creeks.
The IIR, or Inter-Isolary Real, is the global reserve currency. Whatever part of the world you're in right now, it's safe to assume he means you owe him some money.
I don't understand. You mean I owe you money?
Wow, you're a genius. Yes, that's right. Money. You owe this establishment 130 real.
When do I owe this place for?
Let's see. 3 nights at a tariff of 20 real comes to 60 real. Then there's the window you annihilated. The hole in the window was the first thing I saw when I came to work. So don't try to tell me you didn't. That will be 40 real in damages.
You make the sound peak, sir.
Another thing you've annihilated is half the bar. You've run a tab of 30 real. Actually more, but we'll round it down to 30 for your hard work maintaining the stability and order of Revachol. That's 60 plus 40 plus 30 equals 130 real. And yes, real is still money.
It's gonna make me pick one of these two? Technically is money.
What are you, a philosopher?
Actually, I might be.
Money is what grown-up people use to pay for things. Things like this hostel room, or 8 bottles of potent blend, and 9 packs of Royal Extra. We use it for everything, really. Yes, it is.
Sure.
No, you see, that's 40 cents. Cents are a form of currency 100 times smaller than the real. I'm not even going to take this. Come back when you have 130 real.
He stands silently, looking at the coppers on the counter.
That was, embarrassing.
Isn't it evil? The order of magnitude between what is asked of a person and what they have.
Darkness
It
rides,
does,
pick up the
doesn't
coins. I could have maybe made note of how much fucking money I actually have.
There's a shuffle of nylon as Lieutenant Kitsuragi looks for something in the pockets of his orange bomber. That's cop 4. I haven't offered to pay because I don't have any money either.
What happens now?
I'm sorry, but he has to pay. I can't let him stay here any longer if he doesn't. If he doesn't have the money by tonight, then...
Officer, maybe you're better off working this from home for now. You live in Jamrock, right? It's not that far away.
And there's somewhere else I can stay?
You
right
mean
there?
somewhere else to run up a huge debt? I don't think so. The union squeezed most places out of business to fund the strike. You're better off home.
Officer, you really need to take this up with your station. I have a shortwave radio in my car. Call them, ask for assistance. We have to get this investigation started now.
Good luck.
Man wants to say something, then thinks better of it. Okay. Pay for damages.
By the way, where is home? The address is coming up blank, and this place sure isn't it.
I don't
But
remember.
you've been at this hostel cafeteria for only 3 nights. Where were you before? You had to be somewhere.
I don't know, near, south maybe?
You don't really know, do you?
Only a vague blackened image.
A vague, blackened image doesn't sound like somewhere you can stay if you run out of money.
Trace the way back somehow to the exact street, the exact number on the building. I think this is a whole other, again, very limited knowledge, but I think this is a whole other thing I don't really want to get to.
You can try. Run some addresses in your head when you get the time. maybe a street or an apartment will appear.
Quick save. Oh, this is I guess, it's like what it's called cop culture. So just like knowing. This royal pinball machine is unplugged. I see how it is.
Hello, sweetie.
The other woman turns you the smile of the cryptozoologist's wife.
Wait, who's Sweetie?
Here's Sweetie.
Why, you are, officer.
No, Sweetie, look at me.
You're a handsome man, officer, with your mustache and your chiseled jaw and that silly dimple on your chin.
Be polite.
You must forgive me. I'm getting so scatterbrained. I completely forgot to introduce myself.
Slaps yourself on the forehead.
I'm Lena. My husband Morel and I are staying with our friend Gary just down the street, but I come here for tea when they're away.
It seemed like a tea kind of place to me. I'm not gonna lie.
This Lena is wacky enough for the motley crew. Hire her on the spot.
I think I'm gonna do that. This doesn't feel like information you give to just anyone. I've gotta get going.
Of course, dear. Good luck with your case.
I like you, but I'm not gonna be super open about my fucking struggles of memory. Talk to that lady up there before I like properly head out. Oh, she's gone. Fingers. I actually want to fucking. Now I've been encouraged. I've been given positive affirmation, so I think I shall.
A mirror hangs on the wall, covered in steam. As you slowly reach your hand towards the surface of the mirror. Abort. You clearly have not thought this through. You won't like what you see there, and you will never unbecome it. Behold. You have no idea who this thing is, do you?
The Lord help me, what is this?
Whatever it is, at least it's dead now. There's clearly rigor mortis on your face. Or wait, is that an expression? Are you trying to make an expression with that face?
No, deal, it's there. Just
Please
is.
stop. It's horrible. You're scaring yourself.
Try to stop.
Oh my God. You can't stop. It's like it's not even voluntary anymore. You have worn that grin into your face and now it won't come off. What does it even mean? What is the emotion you're trying to convey?
Maybe I'm vaguely sympathetic. I think I'm sort of pulling it off too, in a sad has-been kind of way. There's some charm to it. It's indescribable. It's an expression of pain. I have no fucking idea what to pick here.
There might have been 10 years ago. It's little more than a cadaverous spasm now.
So I'm not cracking that, apparently. I have a real portrait now, for better or worse. A heap of snow melts in this wheelbarrow. I thought that was a stroller for a second. It doesn't look like it took one, so. The street sign reads "fuck the police." Okay. Pigs go home. The street name is illegible. We made a scene, apparently. Close for winter, please use main entrance. Goods from the lorry haphazardly litter the surroundings.
The RCM in Martinez. What can I help you with?
Sounds
We
surprised.
don't see a lot of police around here. That's all.
I might get a sense as to why.
Of course. What can I help you with?
Who are you exactly?
Me? I am just a gardener.
Good to meet you. Just
I am pleased to meet
That's
you
Preston,
too,
then.
officer.
What's up with the signs?
Excuse me?
She's uncomfortable. Maybe you should drop this line of questioning. She
never mind.
shifts in her seat awkwardly.
We'll just dodge it.
Of course. Where to?
Where am I?
What do you mean?
I'm disoriented.
Yes, sir. District of Martinez.
City
This
of
intersection is called Roundabout North.
He knows where we are. He just wants directions.
There's the pier, the Cape Side apartment buildings, some more tenements. Not a lot, really. The harbor gates, some kind of commotion, I think. I don't follow the local politics. A fleet store, too. Some
Oh.
shops and a bridge. The canal bridge leads to the coast, but it's broken, I think. Some kind of accident, probably.
It's on the other side of the canal.
Just coast. There's a little fishing village there, and a fish market. But that got closed down ages ago.
Let me check something. Okay.
It's just water. No, actually, I think they call it the Martinez Inlet. There are some islands in the bay, but they're hard to reach. No problem.
She nods, brushing a fleck of soil off her cheek. Answer
Of
her.
course. I won't hold you back.
Her gloves. You get the feeling that you need them. You have a dead body to deal with after all.
I am not quite inept enough for that just yet. There are bottles inside. Pick them up if you had a bag. Rue du Saint Gilles 8B. I think that's the pronunciation. I'm kind of winging it, but I think I tend to be pretty good at this stuff, actually.
Before you stands a motor carriage. The bodywork is covered in blue and white livery, bearing the number 57. Vapor emanates from the large engine on the back of the vehicle. It hasn't had time to cool off yet.
Wild looking car.
This must be the infernal machine that tore you from oblivion. The Caprice Kinema motor carriage. In the cabin, you are welcomed by a set of steering levers, a radio microphone on a hook, a pull-out toolbox under the seat, and the soft glow of the fuel preheater gauge. The white suede feels luxurious under the touch, and the metal clutch handle so very familiar in your palm. You see a set of tire tracks in the brown slush that covers the plaza mosaic.
Yeah,
Hard to
vehicles are
say.
through here.
Your vision is blurred and you're having difficulty concentrating thanks to your relentless hangover.
Let's see if we can manage it.
No, these tracks are not interesting at all. Let the street sweeper just sweep them away.
Alright, well.
Kuno's got this.
The boy throwing rocks at the dead body can't be older than 12. Noted. Am I quieter again? No.
If there ever was such a thing as an ugly kid, then this is it. He's almost exquisite in his ugliness, like a gremlin.
Oh yeah, Nappa Gumpy, Kuno!
You get an ordered
Right in the
consciousness.
dick, Kuno! Get him right in the dick!
They ignore you.
Love it in the dick.
Oh.
The boy is sweating profusely. His eyes are like two black holes and his jaw is twitching as if trying to break free from the empire of his body.
Stop throwing rocks at my crime scene.
Kuno, yeah! Right in the mouthful!
Shits himself.
Well then.
The rake, Kuno! You should throw the rake at him, Kuno!
The fuck does Kuno know what a rake is? Kuno's not a gardener.
Kid
The
siblings?
fuck are you talking about?
Throws another rock.
He's calling us Kuno! He says we're fucking each other!
Okay, what should
We
do?
shouldn't do anything. I don't tempt such forces.
Forces?
You will see.
The language these kids are using, pure unfettered id. There will be no reasoning with those creatures.
And that is one way to put it. I don't have time for this. It smells like spoiled meat and cute curdled dairy, a human being decomposed. Letter R wears a crown, ribbon below, a light above descending. This is the logo of the municipality of Ravencall. The ladder is rickety but still climbable. Someone is trying to grow herbs in this greenhouse. The ladder's for kids, it wouldn't hold the weight of a grown man. Okay.
Kuno, the pig's getting pretty close to me. Come to snuff my shit out, I think. Looks like it's time for me to go, Kuno. Pig's come to take me in.
Just want to ask some
I'm
questions.
going away for a long, long time, Kuno. Going away for life.
This is a very predictable outcome, I think.
What's going on there? Fuck are you trying to pull, pig?
The corpse looks at you with bulging white eyes. The face around them does not look human. It's swollen and ready to burst. His lips are fish-like and his tongue like a ball gag in his mouth. You seem to be holding your breath. A cargo belt twists his neck at an unnatural angle. The body below appears stiff. It's letting out an ungodly rot. The smell seeps in even through your clenched nostrils.
If they're not getting... So, yeah.
Active
Why is it
decay.
so bad?
It's okay to throw up, officer. No one is judging.
He's about to blow. Cock's gonna blow, Kuno.
Yes?
Tell me about the case.
What do you want to know?
If we're from different precincts, why are we in the
I'm
same
afraid
place?
you and I are pawns in a pissing competition.
I see.
You don't know? I assumed you were in on it.
No, when I'm in on retro
Better
amnesia.
still than an imbecilic cop-off. It's just stupidity. We shouldn't waste any more time on it. If you want my take, ask me after we've inspected the victim. Was there anything else you wanted to know about the case?
Can't remember a single
Maybe
thing.
you can tell me what you do know to help me narrow it down a bit.
Tell me
Do you
before.
want me to brief you?
Brief? Yeah, that sounds good.
3 days ago, the RCM Emergencies Desk received a report about a
Should've done this
security
earlier,
guard who was found hanged in Martinez. An anonymous caller said there was a dead body behind the Whirling in Rags hostel cafeteria. The cadaver had been there for 4 days. No one had come to investigate. During that time, the victim had been stripped of his belongings. The caller did not identify him, but used the word lynching. There is an ongoing labor dispute between the local dock workers and the logistics company Wild Pines. I was told we should approach the death as part of this dispute.
You say who the victim
A
was?
security guard or worker of some sort hired by Wild Pines. This was just hearsay from Martinez, of course. We need to find out the truth.
Why didn't we know anything about
They
the
didn't
caller?
identify themselves in any way. The tone was muffled using a device of some sort. The desk could identify neither the caller's age nor sex.
Yes, okay, but we have a hunch as to who that is, at least, so that's a start. I had
There's a
this
strong prejudice against involving the RCM in what's seen as union matters. The dock workers' union is the de facto police in Martinez. Now it appears they've started executing too. We cannot allow that.
This makes perfect clear. Our job here is to find the
That's
killer.
right.
I'll leave it
Good.
for now.
There he still is, looking right through you with his white eyes. The body below is entirely dedicated to that corpse smell. Emitting it is all it does now.
Am I gonna have to fucking do this?
The smell is repulsive. It pushes in from your mouth, more instant and more familiar than anything you expected. More fever than odor. It fills your mind, flushing you from within.
Let's try to walk away. I'm not gonna manage it now.
Too late. It's impossible to keep in. Your body curls and pushes it out, burst by burst, until a pool of vomit lies under your feet, and your throat stings from the stomach acid.
God.
It's okay. Happens to everyone. Keep it. The
Nice.
hangover is clearly making this worse for you. You could use some ammonia to clear your head.
Think ammonia would
If you
help?
can handle the headache. Some officers use it to deal with cadaverine odor.
Aren't you?
I can't handle the headache.
It's more likely he can handle the smell, unlike you.
Okay, we're
There
doing
is
some fucking
Fritz
ammonia.
nearby, east of the hostel. They usually have a small apothecary. If they don't,
Points to the greenhouse.
there's a greenhouse here, and a gardener with a wheelbarrow on the corner of the Whirling in Rags. If she works here, she might have something for the smell.
Pretty clever.
Acquiring ammonia will provide a modifier to the white check. Modifiers make checks easier and allow you to retry them.
Winch mechanism has been oxidizing for some years.
Welcome to Rivachol.
Address the lieutenant. The mark is of interest to you. It's addressed to the lieutenant. Why are you just my partner like that?
Don't you welcome to Revachol me. My grandfather came here from a 3,000-year-old racist isolationist culture. while your ancestors came to this island a mere 300 years ago. Every school of thought and government has failed in the city, but I love it nonetheless. It belongs to me as much as it belongs to you.
What's happening? You sound angry, Kim.
It's men like you who keep Revachol divided, making it that much harder for everyone to climb out of this post-war limbo.
What he means is, fixation on the Revacholian nation makes it harder for Revachol to actually attain self-determination.
The dude just said fucking welcome. I don't want to fucking deal with that. Can I get a map?
Welcome to a...
Do continue, sir.
Come on, man. The hooler. It's just a greeting. A lorry driver thing.
I know exactly what you meant. You think my kind doesn't belong here, that I should watch myself and behave.
It is fully possible I'm missing like nuances of this discussion for the amnesia, but this feels fucking weird.
But you see, I'm an officer of the RCN. It's actually my job to make sure you behave. I would advise you to remember that.
Silence. The air between them becomes tense. Your partner needs backup. Now's your moment to shine.
We all learned
I
something.
haven't learned anything I didn't know before.
The lieutenant exhales and resumes his regular calmness.
Whatever you say, officers.
He waits impassively, cigarettes holding between his fingers. What are you hauling?
Oh, not much anymore. I'm here to pick up some cargo, but the dock workers are on strike, so it's a sit and wait on your ass situation. The strike? Oh, they've been at it for a while. A month, 2 months maybe. But this here is just the last week or so.
What kind of car are you supposed to pick up?
Apples.
Apples?
Apples is exactly the kind of thing you'd say if you had something to hide.
Apples?
Yeah, apples. I take it you had other questions?
I don't know if I have, like, good grounds to push.
Oh, not much anymore. I'm here to... Apples.
Apples is exactly the kind of thing you'd say if you had something to hide.
Like a cover story.
Look, as detective. I come from a long line of lorrymen. We got ancient rights and privileges.
This is his patience.
Oh, I'm here to pick up a load of fucking apples, man. Just regular, picked apples.
Damn, you're not gonna get more out of him on this. He's put up the wall of racism.
Something about the rights and privileges of lorrymen. So he is kind of like being like racially insensitive in some ways. I don't know.
Oh yeah, they're a big deal. My great-grandfather was a carter, had a royal license and everything. We've tried to hold on to our privileges.
What's a carter?
Someone with a cart. What did you think it was? That's how deep into history our thing reaches. Before machines.
And that's a privilege?
Sure fucking is. We have a guild and everything, huh? Very ancient. Very prestigious.
So you're in a carter's guild.
Goddamn right. They've been trying to fuck us out of our heritage in the name of profit. But when they try to replace us, they'll regret it. Trusting street thugs with their goods is going to fuck them right up the ass. Mark my words. Generations of practice ain't no laughing matter.
What's that argument about?
It's about biological determinism, natural law, the sorting of the races.
Okay, no, Kim was totally in the right. What the fuck is up with you?
Not the most popular topic nowadays, with a coalition in charge and all. You might want to change the topic. That is, bury your head under the sand like common sheep.
You're just
I'm not
racist.
just racist. Look, I've read books, huh? The science of racial theory has all been proved, even if some people don't want to accept it.
I was waiting for when this shoe would drop, because I know what kind of game this is.
People who've studied these things say that you and me are superior by design. So, naturally, we Occidentals should be in charge. Obviously, you can see the merits in that.
Yeah, I can really tell you're a prime example of superior design.
Open your eyes. Haven't you noticed something different lately? An unfortunate downturn, maybe? Huh? When members of the superior race cease to believe in their innate superiority, they stop competing for resources.
Okay, and?
This concerns you, policeman, so you better be vigilant. The damn kits are showing up good lately. Same with the mosquitoes. And the other intruder species too. They're on the precipice of cultural victory.
What the fuck have I stumbled into?
Cultural victory? What is this then?
Uh-huh.
It's true. Also, you need to realize the dangers of mixing races. Who knows what might happen if people don't stay in their birthplace? You might end up with a new sub-race, with unknown characteristics, leading to extra competition. That's why you've got to control the offspring.
Yeah, I think I can get down with racism. Yeah, I'm not down with this. Why don't you go fuck
Don't
yourself?
push your luck, runt.
The man gives you a disgusted look, then turns his attention elsewhere, ignoring your presence. I don't think this is the point where I want to be going just yet. For sake. I don't believe I'm saying this, but I do need to peek out for just a second. Back in like 3 to 4 minutes. I will see you then. 3 T's, how idiomatic. Roses, dozens of them, tulips too.
The tear machine stands in the corner. A sign says 1 bottle equals 10 cents.
This machine.
Oh, that's the tear machine.
But what is it?
It's a machine for tear. You know, you find tear outside, like bottles or whatever, and put it in the machine, then it gives you money.
See, and how do I pick up tear for the tear machine?
You need a bag, I guess. We used to have some, but we gave them all out, so...
She shrugs awkwardly.
Feel free to use it if you find a bag, though. I'm sure there are some out there. Somewhere.
A melancholy pop song plays on the radio.
A small cabinet on the wall is filled with various medicine bottles, nasal sprays, and blister packs. They all bear the Saint Baptiste Pharmaceutics logo. Their logo is the bloodless rose, pure white, untouched by harm.
Just ask me if you need anything from Saint Baptiste. We don't stock prescription meds, but we do have Nosafed, Duramine, Magnesium, and Hypnogamma. Yeah, there's like an ampule somewhere. I don't know. Let's see. Nosafed is a nasal spray. Duramine is a really good painkiller. Magnesium is a dietary supplement. Hypnogamma is... I don't really know what Hypnogamma is. I guess it makes you feel less shit. It's recommended to use after lots of partying, studying, or exercising.
A little more specific.
No, sorry. I'm not like a doctor or anything.
Nosafed heals +1 health. Duramine heals +3 health. Magnesium heals +1 morale. Hypnogamma heals +3 morale.
Don't take much from to sell you, I do that. It doesn't. It can't be that hard to find a map.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio mic, the frequency tableau lights up, and a green button labeled Prime Line glows like a feline eye. And then you hear something. The soft purr of electrical kittens, radio waves cast far and wide over the metropolis. A woman's voice greets you through the static.
This is Precinct 57. Hello, Lieutenant. How may I assist you?
Hello, Alice. Please assist our colleague from the 41st precinct here. I'm putting him on.
Operating the radio is easy. Just be confident. You've probably done it 1,000 times.
Oh, Alice.
This is Officer Alice Demetri, Precinct 57. How may I assist you?
Could you drag me to the 41st precinct?
Just a second, officer.
He puts you on hold, the static crackling softly like a bonfire. After a while, you hear an old man greet you from the radio. His ratty voice is oddly familiar.
10-2, 10-5. This is 41st. Come in. Over.
A scrawny old man sits in a dusty cubicle, smoking, with a large white rectangle sewn on his vest. In front of him is a box-shaped apparatus with an array of wires and antennas. The radio switchboard. The man uses relay code. You've got this. You're a cop, and cops know relay code.
10-4, Station 41, I've got urgent business, over.
10-4, message received. 10-5, relay message. What's your status? Over. 10-18, state your message, sir.
My badge
10-9,
missing.
over.
My badge, I can't find anywhere. It's basically...
10-4, message received. This is a very serious situation. I need to 10-22 the captain. Over.
Is it him? What does he want?
Says he lost his badge and needs to report it.
He what? He lost his badge?
Hey, who is
This
this?
is Communication Officer Jules Pidieux, sir. Over.
The other
You
one.
mean your partner? Over.
What is he saying?
He's asking who you are.
I'm his goddamn partner.
It's your partner, Satellite Officer Dietmar, sir.
Did he lose his memory along with his fucking badge?
The man in the background sounds like he's losing his patience.
Who lost his badge?
Dick fucking Mullen. Who do you think?
It's Officer Dick Mullen from the bestseller Dick Mullen and the Lost Identity.
Says, fighting off laughter.
Dick Mullen is not your name. It's the name of a fictional detective who would not lose his badge. Defend yourself. Immediately. They're laughing at you.
Officer has lost his badge. Like I'm the first cop to ever misplace his badge.
He says this has probably happened to other policemen before him and laughs sarcastically.
Oh goddamn it. Is he fucking kidding? The whole station's gonna be dicked for this.
Satellite Officer Dietmar is wondering if you might be joking and adds that this tarnishes the reputation of the entire station.
Mullen dicked us.
This reporting done with this.
10-4, I hear you, officer. I'm just going to make a note here that you are in pursuit of your misplaced badge. Over.
Fuck me. Mac, come here. You've got to hear this. Dick Mullen lost his badge.
What's going on?
Super Cop here lost his badge.
He lost his what now? His badge. He lost his goddamn fucking badge.
Stop saying lost his badge for a moment.
He asks you to please stop saying he lost his badge.
Why? Did he find it?
The room at the end of the line erupts in volcanic laughter.
Sergeant Orson was wondering if you found your badge yet. Over.
You don't have a comeback. Sorry. It's hard to think like this.
Say nothing.
He's not replying. Looks like he's still looking for it.
You can turn the background.
10-9, come again. I didn't get that. Over.
Animated conversation in the back is making it difficult for me to hear
New
you.
heights even for Captain Sober.
Ask him. Ask him if he's lost his gun, too.
The room roars with
Sergeant
laughter.
Orson wants to know if you lost your gun too. Over.
Check your pockets. Check your... Holy fuck. You don't know where it is, do you?
It's not
okay, it's gone. Your gun is most definitely gone.
This is a bad idea, I think. One moment.
10-9, come in, officer. Did you get my question? We were wondering about your gun. Over.
So you didn't lose your gun. Come on.
Lying over the phone, it's easy. Just say it like it's the truth, and then it becomes it.
Fucking thank God. And of course I didn't lose
He
my
says
gun.
he didn't.
Thank God for that. That would have been a nightmare. I don't even want to imagine the poor prick who has to relay that kind of news to the captain. Losing his badge is bad enough. Tell him to find it, and fast. We can't have some gangbanger running around with it.
We're all glad to hear you've not lost your gun, officer. You need further assistance. Over. Roger that. 10-10. Over and out.
Fucking mess. I'm gonna go ahead and wait to report the fucking bill, I think.
This Post Lavatorie mail collection box has been heavily vandalized with graffito. A closer inspection reveals 2 bullet holes in the front.
Another remarks. What am I doing?
The box seems happy. Eat shit pig, fucked by the coon, and St. G with a crown have been scribbled on it. Jenny is a whore, and best set mailbox also.
I feel
The mail collection box seems cathartic, Thankful even, so do you. You shudder, then you swallow. An old call box with a matrix of push buttons lists all the companies in the East Delta.
I don't think I particularly need to.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone.
I'll do that later. I need to.
I am a gander and a hunter and a gatherer. Feel like a traveler.
The man mutters to himself, accenting the beat as he
A
goes.
simple little cadence. He seems to be making it up as he goes.
Doesn't even go so.
From another planet. Hey there.
What's going on
The
here?
jam, my man.
Motions towards a sprawl of lorries with a sweeping gesture.
It's a
What's the
traffic jam for the ages. Harbor gates up the street are shut tight. No explanation given. Workers on strike, scabs agitating, an all-around clusterfuck. Meanwhile, we're all stuck here in long-haul limbo for days upon days upon days. Upon days.
How long have you been here?
Feels like forever. Like I was born on this here roundabout and this was all I ever knew. Just me and the metal and the tires, the oil and the fumes of mazout.
Extravagantly phrased, but I can roll with that.
Yeah, imagine. It's been a whole week already.
Snickers.
So tell me, what do you need?
Anything about the dead man, the one hanging behind the hospital?
He ain't one of
there?
us drivers. I know that. All accounted for. Otherwise, I haven't really asked about that. Been wasting time right here. Keep him busy.
It's easy to see he's telling the truth. He's kept his nose out of the dark stuff.
Analyzing the fundamental structural and psychological conditions of being stranded in the midst of a sea of motor lorries and their sad, despondent chauffeurs.
Ask for his conclusion.
And your
A sense of
conclusion?
surprise there ain't more bodies hanging from more trees.
Tell me more about this
It's like
strike.
whatever's going on over at the docks. Workers got a blockade set up, making demands, no way in or out.
What's the union demanding?
Some pretty wild stuff, I hear. Like a giant new power crane in half the company? I forget what exactly. Good on them, I guess. I've heard talk there's a company rep in town, too. Like a strike negotiator type. They'd know what's up. Precise demands and so on.
Ah, yes, from the Wild Pines. We'll meet her soon enough, I'm sure.
They want to keep that money flowing in, my man. Ka-ching.
He doesn't blame them, but he's not on their side. That's for sure.
Anything else? Yeah, this ain't really my area of expertise. I just do my job and get paid. I have things to do and places to be. All of us do.
Well, who?
Us lorry drivers. Camionneurs. If you still hang around here waiting for this mess to end, most have scurried off somewhere to get drunk or high. Or laid. Not that I blame them, really.
Not you?
Not my thing. Chasing transient pleasures is a drag these days. I prefer the examined life now. Thinking, reflecting, observing.
He tries his best to look nonchalant, but there's a rigidity in him, as if trying to conceal something warm and deep beneath a cool exterior.
Can't. Not much chance there, so I'll.
Don't be a stranger.
Gives a salute with 2 fingers. That'll be all for now, I think. I do need to be aware of time. I'm not totally sure how time passes. doesn't pump water anymore. There's a tree in it. Some great tectonic forces has cracked this pavement like an eggshell.
The worn and beaten wooden planks of the bench do not look overly comforting.
We can sit on benches after we've solved the murder. Let's go.
You can revisit the bench if you ever need to pass the time when Lieutenant Kitsuragi is gone.
I don't think that's a concern at the moment. I know that, I'm not, time is not a problem really as things stand. But I am starting to, I guess, be thinking more about it. Tire tracks lead out to the roof, the slushing lane, and just finish them off. Spirit chirps and kicks as well as fill the air.
Life doesn't need to be a struggle.
He covers his mouth to hide a burp.
I'll be with you in a moment, officer. Let me just finish my sandwich. Talk to Angry Hard René first.
Have you no shame? Whining about your back every time you bring out the measuring tape.
René, you're a man with a fork in a world of soup. Please, let's just try to enjoy the game, all right?
This one's still chewing on the sandwich.
I'm trying to, but you keep breaking my concentration. You're old. I can see that. We're both old. Now stop grabbing your ass like it's a girl.
These manly men are playing balls. This is a ball game. Grab a ball and play it. Don't ask questions. Shoot first. Ask questions never.
I'm gonna ask what game it is first.
No, you got this. There's the ball. You're the game.
See? Your munching and complaining have ruined my concentration.
The man throws a metal ball toward a smaller wooden ball in the sand, missing it by a meter.
Ah, mon Dieu. The pain in my back is unbearable. I can't even say if it's in my back or hip anymore. Feels like it's in both.
He tries to measure the throw.
I hope you pass out from it, you goddamn jellyfish. Men like you are the reason this nation is sinking.
Standing tall and proud, he looks at his partner with disgust.
Trying to throw something as close to a predetermined point as possible. Measuring. This must be the age-old game of petanque. Shush. Ignore them. They don't know what they're doing. They're old. You are letting down yourself and the team. Get in the damn game already.
Wait, what team?
Doesn't matter what team. Pick a team. Any team. The blue team. You're letting them down. Get in the game and throw the goddamn ball.
Why are you so mean to me?
Eyes on the ball, Dinky Winky.
Oh. It's actually reduced the fucking...
Sure, officer. I am René Arnaud. And my specially abled partner here is Gaston Martin. How can we help you?
Anything about the man hanged in the backyard of Warley and Rags?
Unfortunately, I don't. Unlike most of the locals, I have no qualms about assisting law enforcement. But this affair has passed me by completely.
And most of the
In
locals?
Martinez, the union is the law. So can you really blame them?
But you don't have a problem with cops?
Cop is a pejorative term. I don't have a problem with policemen. On the contrary, I admire the effort to bring order to our streets.
He doesn't know about the crime. Your time is better spent discussing politics.
Yeah,
If I knew, I would not be afraid to tell you. I simply don't. I'm an old man, not a coward. The daily business of the riffraff no longer concerns me.
'Tis true, sire. He knows nothing.
Thank you for your time. Book has a rose, a pistol, and a half-naked dame on its cover. The cover stands a very muscular man surrounded by flames. This is a book about Pate. Good to know. This book, you don't really understand what's about, nor does it seem to be important. A book about Boyadero culture. It promotes freedom and roaming upstream. A book about the future. The government reads your minds using radio technology. The book is titled The Man from Heimdall and the Wildfire. Okay. I'm gonna go back to the store. I want to kind of...
Welcome to Frit. Feel free to look around or something. Everything is out on the shelves.
She returns to her magazine.
What's that magazine she's reading?
A magazine
You mean this?
She looks at the cover, boasting a colorful photo of two girls kissing.
This is Pop Stars. It's got, like, famous people in it. It's not for sale.
Looks like it also has something called Police de la Mode, featured on page 34. This speaks to you.
It's the magazine. I don't know why
Yeah,
it's like that.
me neither. Okay. I'm not really supposed to be chatting to anyone, but...
She puts down the magazine. Tell me anything about the dead body?
I don't really know anything. I mean, I know it's there, but I haven't seen it, so...
Do you know the man who
Not
died?
really.
Not really. Does it mean you knew him a little?
No. I didn't know him at all.
What does it
I
fit up
don't
there?
know, really long.
What do you think happened?
I don't know.
No need to worry. It's just standard procedure for us to ask around. If you hear anything, let us know, okay?
Okay.
She scratches her nose.
Uh-huh.
Thank you for your help.
A small cabinet on the wall is filled with various medicine bottles, nasal sprays, and blister packs. They all bear the Saint Baptiste Pharmaceutics logo.
I actually don't need much more money to get that ammonia.
An old monument stands in the middle of the traffic island, pointing toward the sea. It looks as if it's been reassembled piece by piece, secured and mounted in the air with the aid of numerous ropes and rods. A silver plaque on the statue's pedestal reads, "I am Philip III, the Squanderer, the greatest of the Philippian kings of Revachol, son of Philip II, the opulent, father of Philip IV, the insane."
Give it a roll.
Even by the standards of the Philippian kings, old sumptuous Philip was known for his profligacy.
In what way?
Well, he blew through the whole national treasury, starting the decline of one of the penultimate century's greatest superpowers, the suzerain of Revachol. His own maladministration foreshadowed the fall of the monarchy. During the anti-centennial revolution, an end to his family line and the monarchy on the Insulindian Isola.
How did you manage to blow through the entire
Stories
national
have
treasury?
it that he had his bedroom converted into a treasure chamber, where he stored unfathomable wealth. Krugerrands, bars of gold, ornate weaponry, armor, and various chalices. He called it the Sol Aurum. It was obscene. There were whispers he slept on a huge pile of gold-dipped feathers, like some obese dragon, instead of a bed, like a normal person.
There's no way
But
that's
wait,
true.
you haven't even heard about his fabled cocaine addiction.
The what now?
You see, old Philippe wasn't just good at squandering the national treasury. on gold and ceremonial weaponry, he was also a prodigious snorter of nose candy. His Majesty's courtiers said it helped him connect with the higher realms.
I know, but let's ask.
Cocaine. Beneath the cold waters of the Insulindian Bay, thrown there by the revolutionaries after they cleaned out the royal mausoleum.
Remember the statue.
The original was blown apart by communards, then further damaged during the landing of the coalition's airships during the turn-of-the-century revolution, when Martinez was leveled. Most historians think the coalition's hasty landing may have ultimately saved the statue. If the communards had more time, they would have reduced it up to even finer pieces. Some years ago, a group of liberal, artistically inclined individuals, designers mostly, thought it would be ironic to restore the statue of the most wasteful ruler of Revachol in the poorest part of the city. The statue is supposed to capture the moment it was blown apart, like an instant frozen in time, a rare butterfly trapped in amber, floating on a sea of shit.
How do I answer this? I'm just kind of mocking
People in Martinez tend to agree, as do many prominent art critics and thought leaders with more nuanced social awareness than the young ironists. Those critics might have it wrong, though. There's more to it than just ironism, but you can't say what precisely. Perhaps this art mystery will be solved at a later time. Philip III, the Squanderer, however, with his bronze face up in the air, doesn't seem concerned about what the hoi polloi think of him in death. Not that he ever did in life either. A silver
It's just deep. I do want to hit empathy. Rhetoric and empathy are the two I'm kind of bouncing between at the moment.
Is this about the questions again?
A small cabinet on the wall is filled with various medicine bottles, nasal sprays, and blister packs. They all bear the Saint Baptiste Pharmaceutics logo.
Saint Baptiste, you know, the pharmaceuticals company. Saint Baptiste Pharmaceuticals, the one that sells meds out of Saint Baptiste. That one. There.
She is right. Saint Baptiste, the company, derives its name from Saint Baptiste, the city, Itself so named because that's what it is. A rare case where that really is the full etymological history. As far as almost anyone knows, at least.
That's an interesting way to phrase that.
Okay. Don't, like, overdo it or something.
Sweet. I'm going to... This feels fucking stupid, but I do need another, like, minute. I'll just be the last one. Okay. Got some ammonia. I wanna...
There he still is, looking right through you with his white eyes. The body below is entirely dedicated to that corpse smell. Emitting it is all it does now. This trash container is locked. The sliding lid has a padlock that says, "Whirling in rags." There's something in there, not necessarily connected to the case, but still.
Am I looking at your trash container? Just a trash container.
The body is downwind from here. Maybe you prefer the smell of garbage to the smell of death. The lieutenant leans in to inspect the lock.
We could try using a pry bar. There's one in my motor carriage, or we could ask for a key from the manager of the Whirling in Rags. He probably has one.
He might also have information. This is better than the pry bar idea.
I can't believe it's snowing again.
The young woman watches the falling snow and sighs.
It felt like springtime just a few days ago.
There are several footprints in the mud, left by work boots. Anywhere from 6 to 12 pairs have walked here. Maybe more than 12. No, 8 pairs of boots have shuffled back and forth in the mud. 1. Standard work boot, steel reinforced toes, number 46. 2. Standard work boot, steel reinforced toes, number 44. 3. Hobnailed work boot, steel reinforced toes, number 43. 4. Standard work boot, number 45 or 46? You don't know. It's a miracle you can tell the prints apart as it is. The cold must have preserved them. 5. Another standard work boot, steel reinforced toes, number 44. 6. An aberration, light as air, even pace, same make of boot, but number 41. Impossible to tell. Could also have been an adolescent. The gait is undeveloped. You're not bad. It's as if the whole world darkens. Everything else has a thin film of unimportance on it, and the tracks burn in the middle of it, in a strange, beautiful way. 7. The glowing outline of a standard work boot, number 46. But the imprints are twice as deep as the others. The weight exceeds 200 kilograms. 8. And yet another standard work boot, number 44. There's an aberration in the pattern of the sole, however. The right sole is smoother, more worn.
This was like a medium check.
How many?
Lieutenant has been checking your eyes. It's 8.
I was pretty off then. I counted 20.
The same guys are
I
going
never
back and
got the
forth.
hang of it. Hyperopia. Do you see anything out of the ordinary?
Light
A
step.
woman or a kid?
Could be one.
Okay. How do you know?
He knows it's hard to discern sex from a person's gait.
I know.
Understood. Anything else?
Heavy one, 200.
200? Could it be the combined weight of 2 people, one carrying the other who's tied up? Let's say a heavily built worker carrying a similarly built, soon-to-be-dead man.
He might be right. 200 kilograms of living weight is unlikely.
No. And, like someone who's like doing active dock work, I don't know about that.
Possibly, yes.
Lieutenant marks something down in his notebook.
But why?
I'm thinking, why did they have to carry him?
Yes, they could have used a makeshift stretcher or just march him up to the gallows.
Maybe they're
Even
most
easier to
conscious.
carry on a stretcher, or between 2 men. Anyway, it's for future consideration. What else can you see?
An aberration. One soul is smoother
Interesting.
than the other.
Let's name it the odd soul.
Do you have any ideas? I think it could, that honestly could be nothing.
Someone operating a workbench with a pedal? Like a joiner at the harbor. Or maybe a drummer?
He regrets it the moment he says it.
I've said some dumb shit.
I don't know why I said that. We are not looking for a drummer. We are looking for a group of dock workers. Perhaps it could be a driver. A driver would wear out their right shoe before the left. The accelerator is on the right.
Thoughtfully.
We should keep our eyes open around the traffic jam. See whether anyone strikes out as a potential suspect. Seems prudent, no?
It's prudent. How old do you think the
A
strikes
week,
are?
maybe? 7 days would fit the time frame provided to us by the caller, who reported the hanging.
It is not impossible.
I pulled last week's forecast for coastal Havashol. 7 days below freezing. The day before, the day of his hanging, was the last warm day.
Correct again. Sub-zero temperatures would preserve the tracks in a good state. The commotion here could have taken place a week ago.
What do I think? A mob of people brought something heavy to the tree. One of them was carrying the victim. They shuffled around, especially under the tree. Then, after hoisting him up, they stood in a semicircle facing his direction. At first glance, this appears to be a lynching.
Indeed. They all stood in a row here and looked at the tree. Yes, everything fits so well. Carried him over, hoisted him up, watched him hang. This is easy. The lieutenant's eyes narrow. He's thinking to himself. I doubt, perhaps, it would be unprofessional of him to be sure of himself at such an early stage of the investigation.
Either way. What else?
He's been through all of it. Suppose. Magnesium, I suppose. It's not bad.
Can't you see I'm throwing rocks?
I have
All right,
questions for you.
entertain the Kuno. Show me what you got. What you got there? What you got, huh? Show.
Irregular speech patterns, overconfidence. Could this kid be on drugs? This warrants further investigation into this Kuno.
Can I ask, who's Kuno?
Kuno's Kuno, pig?
The boy points to his chest with both thumbs.
It's always Kuno, never I. Clearly the kid's using the third-person perspective as a shield.
So you referred yourself in third person?
The fuck are you calling a third person? Kuno's the fucking first person?
He looks slightly confused, but proud he came up with that retort. But right as he's getting distracted, you hear a malevolent hiss from behind the fence.
Watch out, Kuno! He's trying to fiddle you! He's gonna put his hands on you!
The thing behind the fence starts squealing, shrill and violent like a fire alarm.
Help! Pig's got Kuno! Help! Rape!
The sound gets louder as the child shouts at the windows overlooking the yard.
Help! He's got the Kuno, help! Yeah? Get out of here before the Kuno beats the shit out of you.
Yeah, that's right. Drag your fat ass out of here, fat boy, before Kuno fucks you.
Bang! Got fucked by the Kuno. We alright? You wanna get fucked again? Come back.
Wow.
Can I help you?
The trash
Mine?
back to us?
No, it belongs to the Whirling in Rags.
Thank you for clearing that up. Why do you keep the container locked?
Why? To keep the hobos and drunks out. That's why. And the neighbors too. They put their trash there and they don't pay for the garbage company.
I thought as much. And are you the only party with access to the trash container?
Well, yes. Us and the garbage disposal company.
It seems a little callous, doesn't it? Something stirs in you.
I don't know what this feeling
Prod
is.
at him and find out.
Doesn't seem callous to you, guarding even your leftovers
Callous?
for.
What are you? Kras Mazov? Almost all establishments in Revachol keep their trash locked. The Whirling in Rags is not special in that regard.
Krasmazov, nom de guerre, was an economist and a historical materialist. He was a leading figure on the Grad side of the Centennial Revolution, where he headed the 9-day government. Mazov is considered the father of scientific communism, Mazovian thought, or Mazovianism.
Tell me more. Again, I think I've been told I should be indulging these.
He killed himself.
Man.
What are we talking about? Was this not about the trash container?
Was there something you wanted?
Should I be pursuing that?
What for? Mazov? Are you planning to nationalize my trash container?
It concerns the case. Please cooperate.
Just bring them back once you're done, please.
Should I have pushed that?
This trash container is locked. The sliding lid has a padlock that says, whirling in rags. With a well-oiled crack, the lock pops open. It should now be possible to simply raise the lid. Don't. Maybe you shouldn't.
I just have a premonition there's something in there.
But you won't like it. Sweat forms on your brow. Your hand is still on the lid. The smell of rotten food rises to greet you. You see soggy cartons, dirty rags, and organic waste.
We're just in time. This hasn't been emptied for over a week.
You see milk and egg rest with one broken egg in it. Some pasta wrapper. Picking up the soggy packages somehow feels familiar. A box falls into pieces in your hands. Batiste Soleil cereal. There are plastic pasta packages below, and turbo noodles. Nothing of note, however. Among the threadbare kitchen towels, something catches your eye. A pair of denim trousers. As the legs of the slime-covered jeans begin to unspool from the garbage, a rank corpse smell fills the air.
The victim's clothes? Cadaverine odor is faint. If these belong to the deceased, they were removed when he was still in the early stages of decay. Drop them in here, officer.
Lieutenant produces a black plastic bag marked evidence from his pocket.
Guitar marked blue jeans. Pockets empty. Or empty. He wore them with a belt, too. A white belt. The loops appear stretched, but...
Looks into the container.
The belt is missing. That's it. Do you see anything else in there? I have another bag here.
Something slimy catches your eye. A drab, long-sleeved shirt, olive-colored, appears from the food waste, dripping with pus.
This is a military-type overgarment. No label or serial number. This is the kind of rib-knit shirt that's worn over light armor to conceal it in an urban scenario. Anything more?
The rest of the rags are just kitchen variety waste. A yellow old mug that catches your eye. But other than that...
All right. We should go to Gart again and ask if he knows who put the clothes in the trash. It could be as simple as someone from the hostel cleaning the yard. Or that one. I'd advise against confronting that force.
Yep, had a bad run-in. From the whirling?
Not really. All we know is the victim's clothes are in the trash. The lid was locked and his establishment had the key. It's just a small loose thread.
Okay, proceed.
The lieutenant nods, then looks back into the trash container. It's just organic waste, cold and slimy on your hands. Apple and potato peels, mostly. Unidentified sludge, and the occasional chicken bone thrown in for good measure. But hey, nothing. It's nothing. Nothing more to see here. What's this? A blue piece of plastic sticks out from the apple peels. It's shiny. Looks like the corner of something. Something larger. A clipboard. A blue plastic clipboard with moist papers hanging from it. They look badly damaged, but you can still make out forms and notes, written in a man's handwriting.
Officer, is that your paperwork?
I don't know what
it is. Look, the plastic has the RCM street grid on it. You've even got an autopsy form in there.
Miserable looking slip of paper.
If you don't mind me asking, how did this get in the trash?
the great bloodletting to begin.
What are you talking about?
I don't know.
I don't know either. You should take stock of your notes. Make sure it's all there. Official notes contain informants' names. If some have fallen into the hands of the RCM's adversaries, bloodletting may well ensue.
I may need to restart. I feel like I'm fucking skipping out on a bunch of bullshit here that I should be interrogating.
It would also not hurt to start taking notes on the case. Now, tell me what your eagle eyes see.
Some items, such as the ledger you found, are
The container sounds a muffled gong.
That's one thing off the list. I think we got it all.
I still don't know if I understand what I should be doing.
An inconspicuous pile of the roofing material, Eternite. It's nothing. Someone just left some roofing material slot.
I'm worried I've like screwed up and I should be like, will I know it when I see it?
There he still is, looking right through you with his white eyes. The body below is entirely dedicated to that corpse smell. Emitting it is all it does now. The ammonia only makes it worse. The combination forces tears out of your ducts. You manage to keep it in once. The second time, not so much. When the vomiting is done, your cheeks are wet with tears.
Are you okay, officer?
Feel the tent on the back. Heavy
The weight is reassuring, like a crenel on solid fortification. Pat, pat, pat.
Oh, dynamic. Right now, but hopefully you're still streaming when I get off. I have no idea how long I'm going to be going.
You're facing tough odds here. It's aggravated further by alcohol withdrawal. I've seen captains puke their guts out. It never gets easier. You never get used to the smell. Every Monday is cadaver day. Throw up, investigate. Throw up, initial autopsy. Throw up, bag it. Then drive to the station. Maybe throw up on the way there if you didn't bag the thing tight enough.
You seem to be
I
fine.
think I've lost my sense of smell.
A white lie.
Not being hungover helps too.
Anything else? I think I want to sell
That's
something
probably
else
a good idea. Clear our heads. But before we can do that,
now. Draws his hand from your back and looks you in the eye.
you need to get your shit together.
Okay.
We should go talk to the locals. Find something else to do while the wind changes. It's pretty bad right now.
You've gained a thought. When this dialogue is over, go to your thought cabinet and internalize it with special bonuses and effects.
Give it half an hour. Get yourself together. Then come back and have another go.
gonna take stock here. Inspect victim's body. Ledger interact. This ledger found the trash full notes written in the man's dense cursive. Have a closer look. Maybe it can be salvaged or start keeping notes on the case.
It's the ledger you found in the trash. A pitiful cabbage of white and yellow papers hanging from plastic board, barely held together by a metal clip. This sad display is made complete by the faint smell of urinal cleaner. There's a piece of toilet paper, or is it cleaning tissue? No, it's toilet paper, desperately sticking to the back of the blue plastic clipboard. It's a metaphor for you. Thank you, waterlogged ledger, for spelling it out for us. Below the pathetics, terror. Do not look into its blue heart. An aluminium block runs the width of the board, biting down on the paperwork. Its crocodile teeth are the only thing keeping the papers together. A regular pencil, the tip worn down to nothing, has been attached to the clip. The surface is interrupted by a silvery sticker. It's rectangular, sparkling with iridescence. You don't know how you didn't notice it before.
What? That thing. It's a halogen watermark. We use it for adding information to RCM property.
Interesting. What kind of
It
information?
depends. Aside from an anti-counterfeiting stamp, mine has my station number and address. The information varies by date of issue.
Maybe yours will have how many cases you've solved. How many years you've been on the force, he's thinking. It'll have that.
Any capable light with the right wavelength will do.
Like
All
for
RCM
example?
vehicles have headlights designed to reveal halogen watermarks. Mine too.
Yeah, that's easy enough.
This means you can read the watermarks if you just turn the lights on.
Okay.
While a bunch of sodden papers sag from the clipboard in your hand, it's a sorry sight.
That's the white
They're not
papers.
exactly white. They're yellowed in patches by sunlight and alcohol, and covered in dense blue handwriting. Ink escapes into watercolor patterns, reaching its tendrils across entire pages. The paper itself is checkered, with faint red lines, forming short paragraphs. Once in a while, there's a red stamp that exclaims, "Case files commit to paper." The case files themselves are plenty. You count more than 100 sodden, crumpled up, earmarked pages falling apart in your hands. They appear to be sufficiently organized and extremely dense, if mostly illegible.
Who's in there? What are they about?
Work, strife, poverty, the Jamrock Quarter. These are handwritten logs of investigations dating back to January 51, this year. The exact number is hard to estimate due to missing pages and an odd naming convention. But there are at least 20, maybe 30 cases undertaken, not completed, mind you. It's the middle of March. You have attempted 2 cases a week on average.
There was mention of a naming
Yes,
convention here?
it appears you employ a, shall we say, robust yet literary system. Each investigation has its case number written on the margins. Yet, still more tellingly, most are accompanied by a name. A title, one might say even. One that draws inspiration from snoop fiction and vespertine cop show staples.
Fine, they're in capital letters, too.
Yes, all caps. One is called The Next World Mural. Another, The Square Bullet Hole Murders. Another yet, The Unsolvable Case. Others appear more light-hearted. The guys on a couch in an unexpected location, and the murder at the Ukar Parlor. Even the rare article-free collapsing tenement. Murder features prominently throughout. It's going to take an effort to piece these case files together, but it can be done. Once you're done inspecting them, up close.
Huh? 2 complex cases to undertake is a lot, yes. You really have to push yourself. I would not suggest it, lest you start making mistakes.
2 cases a week appears to have been my load, Lieutenant. I'm not sure I completed them, though.
2? That's a lot. I didn't mean to say you are making mistakes, by the way. That was presumptuous of me.
Sure, I make plenty of
It's okay.
mistakes.
We all make mistakes.
Like a fan of gills, the checkered papers dry in your hand. The handwriting is extremely dense, if mostly illegible.
My case appears to employ some kind
You
of
mean
naming
the alphanumeric? Officer, precinct, time of arrival at the scene? Oh, you mean the titular? Yes, well, so do I. In our defense, almost everyone in the RCM does.
Why is that?
It's a holdover from the early days of the RCM, right after the revolution, when the organization had little idea how to do things. It persists in an unofficial capacity. Officers use these titles to refer to their work among themselves.
You've named the case the Square Bullet Hole Murders.
Again, in your defense, I seem to have named one the man with the hole in his head. That was a real person. His death was real. Still, I named it that, to amuse myself. I pray his loved ones never find out.
What happened to him?
Rail spiked through the head. He died. It was a workplace accident.
Pages. I have to open a
There is, for precisely one more. 15 pages near the end remain untouched by the damage. The checkered grid forms a structure of passages, breaking the case into subtasks to accomplish. Once all the tasks are accomplished, the case is complete. Sadly, the ledger only comes with an old, worn-down lead pencil. It's unfitting of this monumental event. The lieutenant looks at his blue notebook. 2 fat, shiny pens hang from the binder, like large caliber bullets on an ammo belt. He is not really saying anything, just standing there, looking at them.
Know that I give this to you with resentment.
Beauty.
The tasks you've completed flow out of the blue oblong pen in a brash freehand uncannily similar to the rest of the letters. The wording comes easily. It's almost robotically simple. A language developed for mental rigor and simplicity. Inspect the victim's body. Interview the cafeteria manager. It's not exactly poetry, but poetry would be out of place.
Is that the one's
A
already
satisfying slash sounds across the paper. You're done, it seems to say. And you, and you. Things to be done and things already done. The composition of reality. This is an extremely useful tool for a detective of the Citizens Militia. Now all that remains is to name the case.
Have you by any chance named our case?
No, actually. Any ideas?
The Furies are at home in the mirror.
Furies? Yes, well, I don't know. I have to be honest, I'm not experiencing the internal strife that it refers to. And also, could you make it less poetic somehow? Just a normal case name, you know? Think, what would that be? A good normal name.
Yes, you know what that normal name is, but it's so plain. Anything else, please.
Great, that's great. That's actually what I was thinking too. The Hanged Man. Good, strong name. We have a very good name for the case now. I'm going to start calling it the Hanged Man. It's good to be sorted this out.
Done expecting.
You don't exactly close them, so much as distance yourself from the smelly papers. They're a little further from your nose now. In the back, you see thin, translucent copier paper. Some neon yellow, some bright red, all covered in boxes, like marching armies. These look like official forms, waiting to be filled out. Then rip them from the binder and hand them out, according to type of form.
What type of forms
3.
are there?
The topmost are misconduct fines. The middle ones are station calls. And the bottommost are field autopsy forms. Each is easy enough to make sense of. You don't have to be an intellectual giant to do police work. The rest of the stinking cellulose is much worse for wear. Being sandwiched...
I will, do this inside, I think, actually. That seems to make more sense.
It's the ledger you found. Oh, and the cool piece of thin, see-through, a monetary penalization ranging from 20 to 250 real. Severe cases allow for 1,000 real, but that requires special paperwork. The details of issuing these fines are spread out over the rest of the fields, but they appear pleasantly vague. These are quite sinister in turn. They give a date and time for the person to appear at the specified precinct police station. Below the call are the criminal charges you risk by not appearing. A dozen pages of thin copy paper, bright red in color. You see the parameters of a deceased human form waiting to be filled in. Age, sex, condition of internal organs. Yes, all that remains now is to fill those forms and hand them to people. Fines for wrongdoers, interview requests for bad guys, and field autopsies to dead guys. The rest of the stinking cellulose is much worse for wear. Being sandwiched between the board and the rest of the paperwork must have spared the fragile copier paper. It's made of dark blue plastic, hard enough to beat someone to submission with. The edges are rounded, however. The U4 size board feels thick and heavy in your hand. Light shimmers on its wet surface. On the back you see the embossed letters, RCM.
I just want to say that a not insignificant portion of the stream has been dedicated to looking through paperwork. Did you say the color was?
Blue. The blue heart. Don't look into it.
Okay.
Something rattles inside, ever so lightly. Is there a hidden compartment? Permeables. It's not hidden per se. The compartment is made for permeable materials that would get damaged if something happened to it. The plastic shimmers like lapis lazuli, but it is not see-through. You cannot see to its center. With your hands, U4-sized pages hang from the clip screwed to the top of the board.
Let's fucking do it.
It's just toilet paper sticking to the back of the plastic clipboard. You can take it off if you want. Still wet, the toilet paper peels off the plastic easily. All you have to do is shake it off with your finger and voila! The ledger now looks marginally better.
Have that in a second.
Can I help you?
The trash container.
Thanks. I hope you found what you were looking for.
I found the victim's
How
clothes.
strange. I certainly didn't put them there.
Someone on your staff had put them there?
Sylvie had the keys before I got here, and I can vouch for her. I can vouch for all my staff. None of us would tamper with the crime scene. The trash collection service, CS Municipal. I don't see why they would put anything in the trash, though.
Ah, the elusive CS Municipal. I doubt we'll be able to track down who was sent here last and when. This will have to be one of those little threads that solves itself down the road. Thank you anyway.
You can put them there if you were in sleepwalking or in a fugue
I think
state.
fugue states are more your forte, officer.
You know, seeing you're kind of in that headspace. You're thinking about it.
Yes? What thing?
Sometimes the Nestle reserved for
Yes,
Union.
not the whole damn Union, thank God. Just the nastiest and loudest faction.
Tossed his head in disdain.
They come here in the evenings. Dumb, unruly types. Think they're big shit. But they're good customers. They place big orders and always pay on time.
We should find out who this Lord faction is, occupying the booth. Loudness means talkative, and we need info.
That'll be fine.
We don't. We have to wait. They'll show up sooner or later. Men get hungry, even striking men. If not today, then they'll be here tomorrow.
There are these things called days. You sleep between them. He's saying they'll come after you've slept. Just making clear you got that.
Okay, I go into the kitchen.
What are you, a cook now? That's none of your business.
Maybe something pertinent to this.
He wasn't pan-fried. He was lynched. What could the kitchen possibly have to do with... Fine, okay. The kitchen is closed until 1 p.m. because the cook is working. You can snoop around after that, if you must. What?
By the way, you should come back to this thing-based questionnaire if you see anything interesting in the whirling later.
Absolutely out of the question.
Okay.
Absolutely in the question. First we find a sad banger. Then we sing this place to shit. Your body is ready, sire.
Okay. I'll go back. Shit is a part, and it's rather unbecoming of a cop and a human being. It's supposed to be the opposite of that. Together, compressed in a small area to achieve solid level shit compression, so you should put you together for 30 minutes. Do something similar to the chemistry of your brain. Talk to people. Maybe that'll help.
Hello again, officer. Excuse me?
She's uncomfortable. Maybe you should drop this line of questioning.
Oh. Well, I didn't write it there. I'm just sitting here. Okay. Excuse...
She's uncomfortable.
Oh. I don't know anything about that either. As I said, I didn't write it.
Pig is a widely used term for members of the police. It's not loving.
No need to worry. We are not saying you did.
Okay. Well...
I thought that might be an idea.
A lorry stuck in the traffic jam. This big, heavy Grad-made machine is well kept for such an old machine. The windows are clear. They've been recently washed. You can see a lorryman's cabin with personal belongings, stickers, insignia. The driver has adorned his space with a substantial collection of peculiar paraphernalia. Proclamations about honor, strength, and purity are glued to various panels.
I know that, like, with that particular combination, I think I have a bit of insight into what kind of guy this is.
The back end of the cabin has a small perch to sleep, large ashtrays. There are several suns and wheels sewn into the curtains. A book with ragged edges catches your notice. The front cover features a large, muscular man. The title reads, Man from Eamdal in the Lost City of the Pygmies.
Racist nationalist paraphernalia. Not unusual in this part of town. This is our guy.
This lorry belongs to our tough guy.
Likely, yes. This guy's proud of who he is. Drapes it all over his machine.
One car kept in good condition. Bold slogan, Humanox covers the truck. It's full of snow, no one lives here anymore.
The small, wrinkled woman does not greet you. She nods along to something on her radio. A photograph is clutched in her hands, and there is a warm smile on her face. The photo, an ambrotype from the turn of the century, as golden as her smile. It's the warmth of a winter night's fire. Maybe she could give you comfort and shelter, some cigarettes and food money. Maybe she's your nothing. Her smile just keeps widening. Her hair is gray like lead.
Excuse me, I'd like to ask some
No
questions.
response. Wherever this woman is, your words fail to reach her.
Wait. She's just a distracted old woman. Better to leave her alone. Why?
He's nice now. Oh, I haven't even checked the watermarks yet.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox, and the soft glow of the fuel preheater gauge.
All right. Ready? I turn, you press start. It's next to the preheater.
He's downplaying his excitement. The lieutenant is more than happy to show off his precious carriage. The dashboard lights up with orange glow. The rounds per minute gauge jumps, and the engine of the Caprice Canema comes to life with a whiny growl.
Press the button labeled headlights.
The lights unfold with a little click, casting electrical light onto the ground before the vehicle.
There you go. I'll turn them off from the remote once you're done. We just need to stand in front of the machine now.
As you hold your ledger's clip under the headlamp, an iridescent hologram appears. A street grid and the veins of a great river. A familiar sensation washes over you.
There she is. Revachol West.
There's a note of pride in the lieutenant's voice.
Around the borders of the watermark are dozens, no, hundreds of micro-perforations.
Forget the shimmering street grid.
The rectangular watermark is overlaid with the logo of the RCM, and yet the major arteries of Revachol are all recognizable. They shimmer in the Kanema's headlights. A rat brazenly darts past you and disappears amongst the stopped lorries. In the distance, a child somewhere shrieks. A woman reprimands her in a voice no quieter than the child's cry.
Ah, Martinez.
He smells the air and says, "Where are we on
Let
this?"
me see. Right here.
He sends his finger to the top of the map. Segment of coast jutting out into the Great Ocean. I'm sure
Oh
it's-
yes. Coal City. Le Royaume. The burnt-out quarter.
Look at the perforations.
There are many of them, and they are divided into 3 separate rows.
Tally up the
The
different
first row has 18 dots. Not bad for what? You don't even know what it means yet.
What about the next
The
one?
next is the longest. It runs all the way around the border, and then some.
Count them individually.
There are so many, it's hard to count. More than 150, at least. Maybe even 200.
What about the last row?
The last row has 3 perforations.
Just 3?
That's it.
Okay. What do these mean?
Those are perforations. They represent your record as an officer of the RCM. They are your statistics, as it were. I should have guessed you'd keep a record. Officers often do. Let's take a look.
Alpha male officers who are proud of their numbers often do. It's meant.
The first row represents your years of service. 18 years. Okay, not bad at all. What did you do before you volunteered?
18
That's what it
years?
says. I might have guessed even longer based on your age. What did you do all those blissful years of your youth?
Fires at the end to come. 9,855 days remaining. Should I fucking say this?
Cool. I'm glad you joined us. Not a lot of money in doom crying. Let's move on, shall we? This next row, the one that wraps all the way around, is your number of closed cases. Closed is good. It means finished. You've got, let's see... Wow, more than 200.
What?
It's quite a lot, even for someone who's been on the force for nearly 2 decades. Usually, clearing more than 10 cases a year puts you in the 90th percentile of all RCM officers.
Used to be good. For
Right.
souls, I guess.
Those are your confirmed kills. You've got precisely 3 perforations there.
It's not too many.
For an RCM officer, especially Precinct 41, which is in the Jamrock quarter, it's rather tame. I mean that in a good way.
Okay, so despite being, I guess, a bit of a known fuck up, we're doing okay. That's good.
There are certain officers who treat their kills like some kind of ghoulish game. If they do happen to solve a case, it's usually by accident.
So obviously, the lieutenant doesn't think very highly of these officers.
But it seems as though you are, or at least were, one of the good ones. So we have that to be thankful for.
Have you ever killed anyone, Kim?
Yes.
He says, declining to
It's
elaborate.
not a problem for him to state it, however.
You handle the strain.
Everyone has their own method of coping. Some more effective, or self-destructive than others.
Gives you a meaningful look.
Personally, I find it helps to keep up a few hobbies.
Like what?
Oh, this and that. Let's not get into it now.
Maybe I should find a
Anything's better than annihilating yourself with drugs and alcohol.
hobby. when you put it like that.
It's meant in earnest. Please don't mistake it for a jab. The lieutenant nods.
Right. I'll go turn off the lights.
You can now see your statistics on your journal page, to the right of the task description.
guess I'm gonna stop pushing Apocalypse Cop. That seems a little bit lame. I guess I'm gonna go. I guess pretty boring. I don't know. I'm going for some eccentricity here for certain.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox, and
getting to that point. You.
Hello, sir. Step right in. The store is open.
Young girl with chubby red cheeks waves at you, smiling. Her nose is also red from the cold.
Are you interested in a new and exciting book?
Kind of
It's a bookstore, sir. We sell books, postcards, and some board games. It's called Crime, Romance, and Biographies of Famous People.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Hold your horses, little girl.
I know all these
You're
things.
fooling nobody.
Sir, are you okay? You've been standing here silently for a while now.
Okay, if I ask you some
Okay,
questions?
sir. I'll try to answer any questions you have. I hope they're about books. My name is Annette, sir. My mum, her name is Plaisance. She owns the store. She's inside minding the register or organising the stock.
The girl gazes at the window, then suddenly jolts. Her eyes wide as if recalling something.
Feel free to step in and browse our wares.
You're standing out here in the cold
I'm
because...
signalling that the store is open. Otherwise, people might not know. They'd miss out on the crime, romance, and biographies of famous people.
A sudden gush of wind turns the pages of the books on the counters. She covers her face, smiling. But she's cold.
Cool, can I help
Kind of
someone?
you to offer, sir.
What else to say?
What could you do to help her anyway?
I'm not sure what's meant by ultra-liberal. Is it like, I guess, boring? Like, my boring, very kind of center-lefty political views? I don't know. The store owner?
Oh, no, sir. I'm happy to help Mum by luring in customers. Besides, I have some hot juice in my vacuum bottle to keep warm.
What do you mean, school?
I do my studies at home at the moment. I have to help Mum keep this place running.
You want to school more
Mum
important
says
than
it's
this?
necessary to do both because it builds character. Mum says a proper worker is dutiful. That's how you get ahead in life. You succeed.
There is stress and unease behind these words. She's reciting etiquette.
Oh, yep. Very loud. People fucking revving their engines out there, I think. How's the business going?
Mum says it's peachy. She was a little afraid at first. There's talk about this house being cursed.
Behind her, the window has been boarded up. You sense the boards creaking, twisting for a second, and some kind of doubt in her tense shoulders.
Cursed in the way that makes them say that no business has ever really thrived here, sir. That they all go...
She's looking for the right word, bankrupt.
Exactly. But we've been doing fine so far. They shouldn't be, but they seem real. Anyhow, they say that these grounds are doomed for businesses.
It's just regular trading and selling of things. It doesn't work out for most people.
Of course, sir.
She doesn't know what else to say.
Crime fiction is about murders or burglaries or things like that, and the work of a policeman or a private detective who's trying to solve a crime and catch the criminals.
Can I get it? Crime, murder gets the people going.
And it's kind of like a puzzle too. You can guess who the criminal is or how the good guys are going to catch him.
Policeman myself, by
You
the way.
don't look much like a policeman.
Seems you used to find something policeman like. How old does a cop look
Didn't
like
mean
then?
to offend, sir. Sorry, sir. It's just that you don't look like Dick Mullen.
It's not your body that's important for police. Okay, she points to the book cover. Strapping Vespertine officer stands trimly over the body of a dead woman. Not your body is important in police work anyway. It's your head.
Head? Yes.
Not head, child. Heads.
Flexibility. There are millions of different people out there, and you have to get into their heads. Sometimes you gotta be the killer to catch the killer.
Isn't that very dangerous?
She examines a picture of Nick Mullen. Just live and breathe danger, little girl. Mullen obviously likes the chameleonic skill. What am I talking about?
Unlike you, sir. He's just a fictional character. He's no match for you. Maybe you can show me some real police work, sir. Like in the books.
Okay, I'm going to do something now.
The girl keeps her hands folded, hidden. Why is that?
Why does my cursor seem kind of fucked up? Hey, why do you keep your hands folded?
What do you mean, sir?
She looks wary.
She knows where this is going.
I need to be worried. I'm here to help.
She looks around anxiously. Her hands remain folded in front of her. She doesn't want to show them. The lieutenant stands by, looking at the two of you with little interest. A facade of true professionalism. He is far more intrigued by the situation than his poise reveals.
It's okay.
She brings out her reddened hands, her nails frayed, nearly chewed down to the flesh.
You bite your nails.
And you knew this from me keeping my hands folded?
There were a few other
Well,
hints.
that proves nothing. Anyone could do an easy deduction like that.
Her eyes flash with defiance. She's not impressed. You think so? And you better do
You're
something.
quite sober.
The lieutenant does not flinch at the comment. He does not flinch even a single bit. He is intensely not flinching. It takes effort.
I mean, how do you know I'm usually
Because
not?
you usually aren't.
I'm having a great
I
time.
sure hope you are, sir.
She rubs her red
There
nose.
she stands, swaying on her feet, assaulted by the early spring breeze. She smiles at you. The whole situation suddenly feels familiar. Somehow, there's something you're missing.
Talk for a little bit longer.
It's the type of book where there's a rich lady and she has to choose between the good man and the bad man.
Smells the thought, perhaps imagining yourself in that situation.
Or there could be a story about a poor lady getting a rich man. It's about man and lady business, sir.
About a poor man getting a
It
rich lady.
happens, but usually the guy gets rich in the process. Or should actually be rich himself, but has lost his family property unjustly, like during the revolution or something. Those are unhappy books, for most of the pages. People sad about what they have lost, but then it all turns out just fine in the end.
Come on, everyone's
That's really not a proper romance story. That's more like everyday life.
Sometimes you have to write about real life things.
Not in romance books, sir. These are about nice and pretty people, and everyone is happy in the end.
What about when both of the men are bad?
These are not very common. You can't have a choice between bad and bad. Nobody wants to read a story like that.
What if it's written really well?
Well, maybe then it's fine. Maybe if the lady then decides not to pick either, because she doesn't need a bad man. Yes, that would be interesting.
Man, Lady Biz doesn't work out at all.
I haven't read many of those. Maybe you should ask Mum.
I think she has one about an excruciatingly painful
I
breakup.
don't think it's a romance story if the main characters break up, though.
No, think about it. She pauses, trying to figure out the appropriate answer. No, think about it. When they plunge you to a torrid spiral of pain and recrimination, only it's really long and drawn out. Scarred for life, phantom limb.
No, I don't know.
She looks at you with puzzlement. Doesn't ring a bell? Alright, I'll ask
Yes, she knows books. Definitely.
What was that? An idea for an unfinished novel stuck somewhere in your forebrain?
It's enough romance.
Maybe some about other books? Oh, kings and queens and generals of old, or artists and writers, or musicians, those kinds of people. There's usually something extraordinary about them.
She scratches her cold reddened cheek, then continues.
I think that's why people read them, to find the secrets of their fame.
Seems like most people who read those books fail to get more famous from reading them.
This doesn't make the reader more famous, does it?
But it does make the famous people more famous.
Someone to write a book about me one day. These are...
Okay, sir.
Yeah, see around.
Volumetric ship compressor. Bizarre scientific news from Revachol West today, where a police officer's shit has been observed at a pressure of around 495 gigadecimals. These metallic hydrogen levels of shit togetherness were thought to exist only at the center of collapsing stars, not law officials. It remains to be seen how long the shit singularity lasts.
Awesome. I think that means I can check the body now.
Fuck, does Kuno care? Kuno doesn't.
There he still is, looking right through you with his white eyes. The body below is entirely dedicated to that corpse smell. Emitting it is all it does now.
Move your nose without throwing up.
Ha ha ha. Again, the corpse laughs at you, pus dripping from its mouth. You will never be able to hold it in. It's always too much. Every time it happens, it gets worse and worse. There's nothing more to throw up now. All that's left is crying and convulsing dryly at the same time. The lieutenant is clearly at a loss.
Officer, you just need to be stronger. Learn to keep it in long enough for us to work. There's nothing else to do.
You can open this white check again by going to your character sheet and spending a skill point to upgrade your endurance. Gain new skill points by exploring and completing side tasks.
Relax. It's okay if you don't make it today. The bloated corpse isn't going anywhere.
I would like, if possible, though, Circles and pine trees. No, I'll have to take that. Whatever. Well. Aroma spices, alcohol, and tomato hangs in the air.
A thin man is smoking below an exhaust hood, occasionally sipping from his mug. This must be the Whirling's cook. As you step in, he nods toward the table and says something in a completely foreign language. The only words you can make out are Garancy and Kubek. Okay, it's definitely not his name. Whatever you do, please don't call him Garancy Kubek. Please. It's not funny.
So I got time for
the man
questions?
puts his cup down and replies something, his left hand drawing arcs in the air.
Stay masculine. Oh, delightful. Got some impressive pots
He
there.
smiles and bangs his ladle against each of his pots in turn. It's almost like music, especially with the sounds of assorted dishes boiling and simmering on the stove.
Okay, anything else? Stay masculine.
You see a heavy steel door with a prominent dimple lock. It's painted blue. You immediately feel drawn to the color. Blue is for mystery. The cobalt blue surface feels rough to touch. The stainless steel door is flush with its frame on every side.
You do? It's a door in the back of the kitchen. Why do you care where it leads? Yes, I suppose it's worth seeing if we can get in. Just to be thorough. As a side investigation.
It's hardly a side investigation. You already have a name for it.
If you say so. Gart is the person to ask about this. The cafeteria manager.
I didn't think I drew enough attention to it, but stereo investigation. In 20 minutes, shuffle. Let's rewind. Let's trace your drunken steps back home. Jump across the raised channel bridge southwest of here. Fall over. Get up. Get off the asphalt in 20 minutes. Shuffle your feet through the courtyards. The dawn and North Drain Rock. The streets are frozen this time of year. Ice. Down Main to Perdition, the side alley there, and your footprints in the mud. Let's go ahead and interrogate this.
Welcome to Crime, Romance, and Biographies of Famous People. My name is Plaisance. Be welcome, and please take responsibility for the energy you bring into this space.
Are you the owner of this store?
I am the proudest owner of our little shop of culture.
The voice is high pitched to get more presentation. The daughter's the one standing outside the
Annette,
store.
yes, my daughter. I hope she wasn't slacking off again with her nose in science fiction. Tell me, Was she at her post, doing her job like a proper girl?
Yes, of course.
Wonderful. Did you talk to her?
Yes.
Great. On a scale of 1 to 10, how compelled were you to buy books after talking with her?
Her opinion of her daughter depends on how well she lured you into the store.
One or 4.
My precious, her dedication brings joy to my heart. If you have children, I hope they turn out as great as Mayonette.
When you're handling her strikes me as wrong.
Mind your own business, sir. In our society, people don't get to tell each other how to raise their children. It's none of your or anyone's business.
Denial is the way she copes with criticism.
Change the subject. I don't think I should rat this. It's going to create trouble for her.
The woman before you scans the store, her shoulders rigid and tense. Every now and then, she nudges her glasses.
Then why are you talking to me? Everything is on the shelves to browse. Don't you feel compelled to buy anything?
She feels with her pendant.
See those shelves there? Go. Be drawn. Everything is on the shelves. Take a look yourself. The shelves compel you, don't they?
She smiles and nods, seemingly relieved.
Girl outside mentions place is cursed.
Cursed? Who said that? Annette? I will have a word with her. This place is not cursed. It has a robustly magnetic energy. Good for commercial activity. My business is thriving, sir.
What in God's name is she talking about?
I have a feeling that might happen. Feel a little bit bad about it.
The display rack is brimming with worn paperbacks featuring an extremely muscular, sword-wielding barbarian on the cover. Nearly all the titles contain the word Heimdall somewhere. Rows and rows of Heimdall men blur your vision. You make out some titles. Man from Heimdall and the Mammoth Riders. Man from Heimdall, Return to Heimdall. And the solipsistic Man from Heimdall and the Heimdall Man.
God, how many
Maybe
are there?
100. Man from Heimdall and the sages at the end of the world. Man from Heimdall and the false god. Man from Heimdall and the scorched earth. Man from Heimdall, the Heimdall colonies. Man from Heimdall and the swamp beast. Man from Heimdall and the snow crabs. Not even close. Man from Heimdall in hell. Man from Heimdall and the forest of slaves. Man from Heimdall under the lake. Man from Heimdall, Heimdall burning. There's even the Trial of Death, a pastoral combat gamebook set in the world of Heimdall Man, and so much more.
Pain threshold? Do any of the books call out to me? Let's...
A twinge at the back of your head makes you flinch. Your eye starts twitching. Your hand reaches toward a book with glossy cover art of the very muscular Man from Heimdall in chains, kneeling in front of a staircase leading to a throne. A woman sits on the throne, leering at the man. She's laughing at him, belittling him. Between the throne and the Heimdall Man lies a bonfire, casting shadows on the wall. The shadow of the woman's headdress looks like a pair of devil horns. The title reads, Man from Heimdall and the Devil Woman.
Knowing the whole pursue, don't internalize thing I've been given. Let's ask this one.
Especially those leering types who seem to wear nothing but an armored bikini. There's also some sort of a snake lizard beast slithering around her abdomen, chest, shoulder region. It's symbolic of vice and sin. The display rack before you is burdened under piles of Man from Heimdall novels.
Oh, Man from Heimdall. A very popular series of adventure novels. They're awfully immoral and violent books. Blood and violence, scantily clad women, epic narratives, all those mystical things he encounters. They're bound to grab those with little imagination and nothing to do.
Sounds great.
What does it matter? They're all the same. However, the customer is always right, they say. If you're a novice of the series, I'd recommend Heimdallaman, the Man from Heimdall. It's supposed to be a good introduction to the series.
Sports magazine tucked away in the dark corner. Likes the national recipes of Arda. They are all about lake trout. Arda is the name of a country, huh?
You see a set of tattered curtains blocking the way to another room. A strange cage-like trinket dangles from the curtains.
Excuse me, officer. The back room is strictly for employees only. Nothing. Now please go back to browsing the books. Don't you feel compelled to look at the books? The books are all you care about.
She speaks almost as if she's trying to put a spell on you, urging you to buy more books. Oddly enough, the more she tries to draw you away from the curtains, the more alluring they become. You see some kind of charm, an irregular polyhedron assembled from bones, sticks, and straw. Inside, a disturbing fish head with empty eye sockets stares at you. This is a traditional Seminese ward, meant to provide protection against ill luck, bad dreams, curses, and other supernatural scourges. Inhabitants of Elysium, the Seminine Islands down south. Aside from poking at it suspiciously, there is nothing else to do with the fish head charm at this time. The curtains remain shut before you.
I will come back to you. Probably. Picture book brochure, very colorful. It's a tome of fascist magic, rather candid. Indeed. The boring book, just discarded here.
This bookstore is not strictly about crime, romance, and biographies of famous people. There's also a wide range of paranatural literature. Amidst the various books, you find one written by someone named Matthias W. Dundas. It's about wholeness, unity, balance. These three things are very important to the working class mind. The point of the book, and many others on this shelf, is to give people medicinal advice in situations where they don't have access to paid health services.
How does that
It serves platitudes, while also telling everyone that traditional medicine, the kind people don't have access to, and which costs more than this book, is garbage, and would only give you cancer anyway, without even curing your cold or anything. Wholeness, unity, balance, on the other hand, can basically take care of anything. Though it is important to note, when it's up to your mind to heal yourself, then it's because of your mind that you're ill in the first place.
I am acutely familiar with this type of literature. Man, if Claire were here. Books
The
anything
book
else?
features chapters on topics such as how to find magnesium. It even lists plants you can harvest magnesium from. How to continue drinking if you're an alcoholic who has destroyed his liver. And there's even a chapter on the ancient Seraïs tradition of using duck gallbladder preservatives to treat and prevent sexually transmitted diseases. Pre and post factum apply. Nothing worth buying. This is just mundane garbage. What's even paranatural about this?
Find something truly otherworldly.
The throbbing in your head increases with every passing moment you gaze at this shelf. Suddenly, as if out of nowhere, a small green book becomes apparent. The title of it reads, Medicinal Purposes of the Pale.
What's the
The
pale?
book contains very little explanation on the matter. This knowledge seems to be taken for granted. The book contains descriptions of various pseudoscientific therapies, alternative medicines, and folk remedies involving the pale, also known as le territoire. For example, it recommends vigorously swatting one's naked body with a venik, or hand broom, made from the leafy twigs of a young birch tree from the near pale.
Sounds painful.
It is supposedly invigorating and good for the circulation.
What
It
else?
also recommends consuming distilled spirits like vodka or whiskey that have been aged in the pale. Readers are instructed to cover these jars in a shallow hole just inside the pale and leave them there for 30 to 60 days, depending on the potency desired.
What does this pale aged liquor do?
Among other benefits, it is alleged to restore a damaged liver to perfect health. That seems improbable. Is it any more improbable than anything else that human beings put their faith in?
Fair enough. What else is
For
in there?
general health and well-being, readers are encouraged to take regular strolls through the pale, though a sidebar cautions readers to limit each stroll to less than an hour. These strolls promise to cleanse the mind of worries and the body of toxins, especially if the perambulator performs this ritual in the nude. Nudity figures prominently in a number of these prescriptions. This is exactly what you need.
Anything else in that?
There's an entire section devoted to cures for men who are struggling to perform their marital obligations.
They certainly
You
don't need
close the book and return it to its place on the shelf.
Sir, please, no browsing in that shelf. That wisdom is not for free. I can't have you end up, like, opening a police store next door and stealing my customers. Oh no!
I probably want to buy that,
The
actually.
plaque on the shelf reads, Biographies of Famous People. You see a large variety of names, none of which ring a bell. Browsing through all the
Oh, no,
books
it just
with all
happened
their
there.
names makes your head spin. None of these seem important or relevant. It's all just vapid egoism. Suddenly, a particularly odd title catches your eye. It reads, High Speed Love, the tragic true love story of Jacob Irv and Alfie Delatraz, by one Cecilia Averbrook. High Speed Love chronicles the romance between two of the finest tip-top tourney racers in history. One of them is the madcap driver, Jacob Irv. His blonde mane graces the cover. Next to Irv's life story, you see a slim biography of an Occidental rock star called the Anti-Star. He's famous for shooting morphine into one of his eyeballs and cocaine into the other. Next to that, Revacholian radio personality Guillaume Bevy stands in front of a rundown drug den. He's a permanent fixture on Channel 8, reporting on real-life crime and ruining cops' days.
I really must insist you buy one of the books. Reading them is not for free. Do still browse, though, but not too long. I'm sorry, I did not mean to rush you. You are browsing. Go ahead. Take your time. Time is commerce.
Right. I'll check this set out, I suppose.
A small mountain of colorful board game boxes. There are numerous types of games for all ages. A lot of shelf space seems to be taken up by Wirral-related merchandise.
I will actually save this for later. I'm actually like genuinely kind of gift books and molten candy. It's gonna fuck up the footprints. seem like it, so I'm glad I grabbed them. Stock. I don't really want to go this way yet, but I'm not sure there's gonna be a better time. So, it's a scab mean. Fearing.
Bastards! We have a right to work!
Man yells towards the harbor gates. His voice is the loudest of the lot, and oddly screechy for a man his size. So
Hold up and stay frosty, everyone. Cops are here.
Broad-shouldered alpha male turns to you. He's a full head taller than everybody else here.
You here to fuck with us? Beat the honest worker down.
Why should I?
We're here to fight for a cause. Stripes usually have problems with people who have causes.
Alright, then I'm thinking
Good.
now.
We're fighting for a cause here. Right to work! Right to work! Besides, we're not that different. It helps if people see us talking, cops and strikebreakers together. Shows authorities are on our side. Builds confidence. Might be time.
Yet.
Don't let the fat bastards tread on you. Cops tend to side with the higher-ups, but you're essentially still workers. I don't trust. Right to work! Right to work! Rights of people. Rights of workers. To have gainful employment. To make a salary. And feed their families.
His manner of speaking is wooden, the tone of voice bland and uninspired, almost as if compiling replies from a set of learned phrases.
Guys, ask me questions.
Maybe you should ask them the questions, like why we're not allowed to make a living here. Shame on you! We have families to feed, you piece of shit.
Points his finger at the man sitting on the railing.
So do we, Scab.
The loitering man hollers in return.
Honest men and women with rights to work, to be useful, not toys for corporate interests.
Man runs a hand through his slick graying military haircut.
We came here to help the harbor run smoothly in time of crisis. If union fucks don't want work, they ought to let in those who do want work.
I have a question. Why do all these men follow your leadership?
You think they follow because I'm big and loud? No. They follow the rules of the market, the rules of the economy, because they were given a job to do!
I know what a strike is, but I want to hear what he thinks a strike is.
When a bunch of ungrateful, lazy cockroaches can't get their act together and decide to block honest work for other people.
What do the strikers want?
Beats me. They mumble nonsense about boardrooms and workers' rights, while we have the right to work!
There's something odd in the way he carries himself. His set of clothing looks vaguely mismatched. The different pieces of the attire seem ill-fitting.
Fitting? What does that mean?
His shirt is far too small and an unpleasantly tight fit, while the overalls, held up by a belt, seem to fit a man with much more corpulence.
Wearing new clothes?
He ignores your question, choosing instead to turn to the emaciated workers, raising both fists in the air. The clothes are obviously not his.
Huh. I don't really have an idea what it could mean, but interesting.
Silence is the answer. There's something off here, but he won't say what. You've been talking to him for quite a while now. Something is off with this guy. Ask him where he's from.
Okay, I'm gonna ask. Where exactly
What's
are you
it
from?
to you?
Routine, part of the
Am
investigation.
I a suspect? Done no crimes. I only fight for the rights of people.
I already got that. I'm interested in your background.
We're all workers, right? Workers stick together. Came from the eminent domain, in Jamrock. Backgrounds in odd jobs, heavy lifting, cargo hauling, bouncer work. I know the drill.
Bouncer? Where? I frequent a lot of bars. Maybe it's one I know.
Worked at Territorial. Ring a bell?
Get in there.
Uh-huh. It was a long time ago. What's it to you?
Let's
Big mess caused by union greed. We're all workers, right? Workers stick together. Came from the eminent domain in Jamrock. Worked at Territorial. Ring a bell?
Let's try this.
We're done here. I have a strike to break. Right to work! Right to work! Shame on you! Things are busy enough. You're going to waste less of my time?
Maybe.
The hulking man oozes stark skepticism.
Exactly.
We were promised work. We'd be in there, working, if the bastards hadn't shut the gates.
Unable to breach the entrance?
Main gate's locked. Would take heavy ordnance to bust it open. Could try to get in through the secretary's office. Door's locked. The guard's blocking the way to the access panel. And I don't mean the scrawny mess punk either. I mean head measurer. Or whatever he is. Huge Seminese guy standing up there on the overhead passage. Won't let anyone by. The access panel is right behind it.
How bad could one guy be? He's incapable.
Bad. Standing on a narrow bridge, he's got a strategically advantageous position. And he's trained. I don't know how the Union has a trained killer up there. But that one's no joke, and my men are tired and hungry. They're workers, not fighters. Like civilized folk, you mean? These native fucks don't understand civilized.
And that didn't... I'm really glad I talked to you more. Took a bit for that to slip out.
It would be better for the neighborhood if you went home. At least for now. If you can't get in anyway.
No! They will give up eventually. Or get drunk. Leave the button unguarded. Then we charge.
Man rubs his jaw. Perfect, lightly bearded square wedge.
Have fun. Union shits are on full strike. Don't think they're going to let you through the gates. I'm trying to meet their fat boss.
I'm interviewing people on a murder that took place here behind the hostel cafeteria there.
I know nothing about a murder.
Playing snappy and tense.
The mention of a killing sends a barely noticeable shiver of tenseness through him. Interesting.
What are you talking about? I'm not tense.
Yes, he's tense.
Right to work! It's shameful. Cops doing nothing. You should bring backup. Open up the gates for us. Blockading gainful employment for workers is a crime.
We are not picking a side in this just yet, sir.
Pity. Let us work!
Scab?
That's the man with jolly eyes tilting his
You're
head.
hazy on the notion of a scab. Smells like politics, though. Maybe it's got something to do with the flask he reaches for from time to time.
Exactly.
A kind of a worm, content with mere survival. They come, they want to do our job for shittier pay, screwing over both themselves and us. Everybody loses.
Where'd that come
Beats
from?
me. Somewhere in the ground, I think.
He didn't seem to like them much.
Gotta be bloody stupid or freaking evil to Scab. Or I guess scared, maybe. But scared of what? Of who?
He looks at the mask, squinting his eyes to trying to ascertain what they're scared of.
Personally, I'd rather beg than Scab. If the gentleman shouting on the street came begging, maybe they'd have gotten something. We've explained the matters, but they don't listen. This lot would be reasonable and go home if the big guy wasn't riling them up all the time.
Big guy? He means the leader of the Scabs.
I'm a cop.
I was just messing with you. No one's ever seen a cop scab. Imagine, you cops going on a strike, but then another cop comes in and says, let us cop for less money.
Chuckles, then realizes.
Speaking of, what brings the RCM here? To the wild north? Come to see the strife? Murder, huh? That sounds like a lot of hard work. You'd never see me investigating a murder.
If you want to help me solve it by telling me who did it?
Of course, Policia. It wasn't me. You can rule me out. Easier that way.
He didn't do it. It's the truth.
Strike it down.
You know, serious business. I'm sure the big boss will be glad to tell you. You'll have to ask him first.
He's a chatty guy. Wants to talk about the strike. Return once you've met the union boss and are on a better footing with the organization.
Okay.
Yes?
Okay, we're coming up on 4 hours here. I am in need of a I need to go like eat dinner because I've been going since 2, so I haven't like properly eaten, so I'm gonna need to close things after the day. I want to pick this up really soon though. I'm interested in this game. So until then, I will see everyone around.